Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Welcome to May 1st, 2020, and this is Introverts. Friends, not friends or something. Oh my gosh, I forgot what it is. I know it's got the word introvert in it, and I am not doing this over. This is raw, unedited, for real stuff. Welcome to my video though. It's gonna be probably like an hour long, and it's just gonna go all the way through each video I've done, 1 through 18. Enjoy the ride. If you have questions or comments, please drop them into the comments right there as we go live. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to, write everything down. I know the whole thing will help you out. Get you some popcorn, put your earbuds on, get your kids, because I go all the way from pre-K all the way through high school. I talk about everything far as making friends. You'll learn something. Once again, I'm LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Tune in, stay alert, and learn something. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. I am talking to you today about a new series I decided to finally get around to, and it is What is an Introvert? Yay! Da 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 da. Ladies and gentlemen, for 21 points, what is an introvert? I don't know. Oh, dun dun dun. Looks like you fail. I never wanted to be here in the first place. I hate you all. Well, that may be kind of roughly what an introvert's life is like. But to be technical, I'll give you an example from a website called, let's see here, introvertdear.com. introvertdear.com. I will put the link down at the bottom of the description. And according to this website dedicated to introverts, it says, what is an introvert? Question mark. Definition and guide to introversion. Now, I didn't know there was a such thing as introversion, but that would make sense. It's a plural or noun, one of those English synonym type words that are used to be used properly to interchange when you're using the word in various ways. Ooh, rusty on the English, yes. Okay, introvert definition. The definition of an introvert is someone who prefers calm, minimally stimulating environments. That's calm, minimally stimulating environments. Introverts tend to feel drained after socializing and regain their energy by spending time alone. Oh, time alone. I just want to be alone. Cue the sad R&B music, I suppose. Well, continuing on with the definition. This is largely because introverts' brains respond to dopamine differently than extroverts' brains. In other words, if you're an introvert, you were likely born that way. I was born that way. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born that way. So I'll read it again for those who were half paying attention to what I was saying, simply because you're like, why is she just going all off topic? And plus, to make my video a little longer, I'll read it again from the top. What is an introvert? Definition and guide to introversion. Introvert definition. The definition of an introvert is someone who prefers calm, minimally stimulating environments. Introverts tend to feel drained after socializing and regain their energy by spending time alone. This is largely because introverts' brains respond to dopamine differently than extroverts' brains. In other words, if you're an introvert, you were likely born that way. How come I'm picking up some I feel sorry for these types of people energy or vibe from this paragraph? It's like every time I finish a complete sentence within this descriptive paragraph, I feel like the sensation or the sudden urge to play like sad loser music, like, oh, I'm sorry, you're an introvert. Aww, and don't worry because you were born that way. Oh, double aww. I'm like, am I supposed to be happy or sad for these people? It's like everything about this reeks lonely, sad R&B. I don't wanna be alive no more. Lonely island, lonely man on the island type vibe. Like, are you sure I'm not reading the definition for emo? Okay, moving on. I also have further information from another website, and it's called Very Well Mind, and it's verywellmind.com, verywellmind.com, and it says, how can you tell that you're an introvert? Well, keep your fingers crossed if you don't want to be one of those kinds of people. No thanks to the carnivore virus, we have plenty of time to just self-examine ourselves. So thanks a lot, ELAY. You're going to put me onto another symptom I probably have. Feel free to unsubscribe, I guess. So let's see here. This is a long article. I'm kind of eyeballing it because I didn't completely go through this and read it like a professional would. So I'll skim through here and also leave the link at the bottom. So according to verywellmind.com, their definition of introvert is identified in many theories of personality. People who are introverted tend to be inward turning or focus more on the internal thoughts, feelings, and moods rather than seeking out external stimulation. Introversion is generally viewed as existing as a part of a continuum along with extroversion. Okay, I'm lost. Introversion indicates one end of the scale, while extroversion represents the other. I get it. You have to kind of introduce the other end of the scale. If you're an introvert, what's the other? What's the opposite polar in extrovert? But we're not dealing with those smelly people. We're talking about introverts. Yay! Introverts tend to be more quiet, reserved, and introspective. Unlike extroverts, ew, they stink, who gain energy from social interaction, introverts have to expend energy in social situations. After attending a party or spending time in a large group of people, introverts often feel a need to recharge by spending a period of time alone. And so what they're saying is introverts, to whom I'm addressing today, those people do like to be around people, but at the same time it drains their energy because it takes so much work just to engage with people. So at the end of the time they leave a party, most people are like, yes, I had a good time, I feel revved up, everybody was hype, everybody was live. They're leaving the party and super excited. And on the other hand, introverts are dog tired and just want to go to sleep. So basically that's what this article was saying. In order to know why some people are introverted and some people are extroverted, it is important to understand the role that your body's psychology says. Psychology! The way that your body responds to the outside environment plays a critical role. We're going to move on from all the protons, neurons, and hi-yas and karate chops. We're going to skim on down to the common signs section so I can tell you whether or not you're A or B. Keep your fingers crossed. Hold on, we're already living through the carnivore. Sit tight because now you might be an introvert. Number 1, being around lots of people drain your energy. 2, you enjoy solitude. 3, you have a small group of close friends. 4, People often describe you as quiet, and many find it difficult to get to know you. 5. Too much stimulation leaves you feeling distracted and unfocused. 6. You are very self-aware. 7. You like to learn by watching. And 8. You are drawn to jobs that involve independence. Well, and then they do a breakdown as far as introversion versus shyness, because I do believe there's a difference. Shy is shy, and introversion is just like, I just don't want to talk to those people. Oh, and that is not antisocial neither. The way I said it with the sassy tone may come across as stank, but introversion is like, those are a great group of people, but I really just have a better time just being off in the distance while I watch them have a good time. And then I move forward to prove that point, because the article follows my point without me even reading it. It says, however, introverts do appreciate being around people to whom they are close. They find engaging in small talk tedious, but they do having deep, meaningful conversations. Introverts also tend to think about things before talking. They want to have a full understanding of concept before they voice an opinion or try to offer an explanation. So I'm saying off this to say, hello, my name is ELAY, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. If you haven't got it by now, I'm telling you that LA understood. I'm an introvert. Ooh, I am. So, let's see here. I have been talking for 10 minutes, 7 seconds. Let me go through here and see what else I can muster up before I wrap this introduction up. Because once again, it is just an introduction to introverts and friendship. Maybe the next video will be about the definition of friendship. I don't know what friendship means. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's for. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is the introduction to what an introvert is. And once again, I'll have the links down below so you too can do your homework to gather whether or not you're an introvert or an extrovert. Once again, I am an introvert. I've known that for quite some time, and people did mix it up with being shy, and it was just me simply not wanting to talk to them because there was nothing to talk about. Because I don't care for small talk. It's very exhausting. And moving forward, boys and girls, I'm going to close this intro off by saying thank you for tuning in, signing up, logging in, following me, disliking my comments, liking my comments, subscribing, then not subscribing, then subscribing again because you realize that, oh, I really do miss her show. I'm going to subscribe again, but I hope she won't be able to tell if I subscribed or not subscribed. Don't worry about it. Just subscribe again. I'm LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Have a great everything. Have a great night, you lovely introverts. Stay introverted. Hey, what's going on? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Welcome back to the second video. Introverts and friendship. Friendships, question mark. What is a friendship, question mark? What is a friend? Well, coming from personal experience as a young child, and when I mean young child, I'm taking it all the way back to 644 South Warren Street, Saginaw, Michigan, 48601. I think it was apartment 2. Now that place is burned down now. Via last year it got burnt down, but that's where I remember all my memories started coming to me then. Saginaw, Michigan is where I was born and raised for all of my life. 644 South Warren Street was a green apartment that my mom, my sister, and I lived in, and where my dad occasionally would visit. Friendship, what is friends? What is it? Well, according to me, at that time in my life, in the late 80s, early 90s, because I was born in 84, so I was probably like preschool kindergarten. No, kindergarten is when I remember starting to order books, like from Scholastic News, and getting introduced to books and such. So Berenstain Bears is what comes to mind. How Brother Bear and Sister Bear were friends, even though they were brother and sister, but you could tell they loved and cared for each other, and they spent a lot of time together. So I used that analogy and was like, well, I don't want a brother or a sister. I'm fine without them. But I do want a friend like that, and it would be more fun to have a friend outside of your family, because it would be more exclusive, because then you can, tell stories with someone and secrets if you had any, or jokes or things. Just really, 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 really be yourself without worrying about one of your siblings going back to tell mama and daddy on you. So I took that concept of the Berenstain Bears, brother and sister bear, how they were so nice to each other and close, and a family, but I wanted that same thing with a friend of someone outside of the family. I was hoping to attain that, and that's how I saw friendship to be, and how I knew friendship to be and believed friendship to be. But the thing was, applying those wants, needs, and traits into real life was unfortunately more difficult for me than I saw everybody else obtaining. So to me, that's what friendship is. It's all the good things, opposite the bad things. If you know more about having a bad friendship, so just imagine the opposite of bad, So how most people, unfortunately, in this broken world, they don't really know what love is, but they can guarantee you that they know what it's not. So they're on the right track. So you know what love is, but you know what it's not. So apparently you do know what it is without describing it, without finding the key words. So it's no different from a friendship, a good, healthy friendship. You may have grown up all your life being in bad friendships, but you know that that's not what a true friendship is. It's something opposite of that. But saying those words is kind of an example that you haven't had a real example to give you those right words to describe it, i.e. myself. Outside of Berenstain Bears cartoon, seeing what a real friend is was something I never really experienced, but I saw others have, in real life and on TV. But at the same time, it still seemed like it was kind of based on falseness or more for show. There were some people who did have those good relationships, and it was like, wow, I wonder what that's like. Well, however, nonetheless, what is friendship? What is a friend is basically, it's a good quality, healthy relationship. You don't have to have a many, 1, 2, or 3 is cool. I like watching shows like, let's see what else I could use that as an example as modern times. Oh, my husband said a great example. Stranger Things is a perfect example of a friendship. Like all those kids together, how it started over time, and they got to know each other and told, it was like and told stories and secrets, or, it was a group of friends. So that's the perfect example of friendship, how the kids are in Stranger Things. So to wrap this up, what is a friendship? What is a friend? It's that and a group of people who share the same interests. Someone who's like you in the way where you feel comfortable with. You don't have to be exactly like each other, like a twin or a robot, but nonetheless, where you get along and you feel safe and comfortable with, can go over to each other's houses and know that they're not going to hurt you or steal from you or lie to you or rob you or, crazy things like that. So in tying this in, introverts and friendship, if you're an introvert, it may be tougher to find a friend because you're already a person who likes to keep to themselves anyways. So it's kind of like a double whammy. I'm not sure if I should say double standard, but it's kind of a double whammy because I do like to keep to myself, and I'm naturally quiet by design. And finding a friend is tougher because that means you have to engage. And engaging can be exhausting, especially if 9 times out of 10 you're wasting your time because those people don't really fit in the mode that you would feel comfortable bringing them into your family eventually. A friendship is built not only for yourself, but they'll be a friend of the family. So if it can only go so far, it's like, why exude your time with building a type of friendship when you see a deep line where you wouldn't bring them around your family too much because there's something there. You may not know what it is, but it's like, I don't want them in my family like this. I don't think I feel too cool with inviting them over for holiday dinners, things like that. So as you get older, you had to really use foresight to determine whether or not you could picture these people involved with your family and bring them over around your kids, because it's weird. It's really weird. You have to keep those things in mind. So basically for me, I haven't had a real friend since high school or middle school, I think, and I'm 36 years old. So I've gone so long without what I personally consider a trustworthy, stress-free type of friend. It's been a long time. I'm a good friend to others because I'm just really a genuinely nice person, and I do want to help people. They ask for advice, I'm going to give them the best answer I can. I'm not going to steer them wrong. I want to see them happy. I want to see them shine. If I'm shining, you better be shining too. I'm not going to leave you behind. But personally, for me to put my hand on my heart and take a pledge that I have friends, I don't. It's tougher for me to make that final decision to say, hey, I want you to meet my family, or tell you all about me. I mean, if you want to know all about me, just start by watching my YouTube channels, and then I don't have to waste my time having a meaningless conversation. We don't like to waste our time on meaningless words. If we're going to talk, it better be about something that's going to benefit you or me, or just don't waste an introvert's time with meaningless babble, because I could be reading a magazine. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the second video on introverts and friendship. I can't wait to start on the next video. I actually have notes and everything. So now you know what an introvert is. And have you found out if you're an introvert yet? Put the comments down below. Did you find out based on the information in the previous video whether you're an introvert or an extrovert? Tune in next time for the next video. Thanks for joining, and maybe you'll learn how others tick. And maybe you'll learn from this that not everybody is technically shy. It's just they prefer to keep to themselves because it's kind of mentally exhausting to just socialize. Not because it's hard, it's just mentally draining. Alright, until next time, I'm LA, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. I'm out. Ew, hey ugly! Yo, if you're tired of looking at ugly people on social media, swing on over to ELAY TV. You'll be delighted and fulfilled. Oh my gosh, is that a cow burning? Don't look back, run away. Oh, if you subscribe to ELAY TV, I can guarantee you your quarantine horrors will be lifted up by my elevated excitement. Subscribe to ELAY TV today. Yes, ELAY TV. Subscribe. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Welcome to my introvert segment. And this is video 3, or should I say, like the Reverend Al Sharpton would say, video 3. And this one is about and pertaining to, let me look at my notes, I should know this. How do introverts make friends? How do introverts make friends? Being that you've allotted so much information from the 2 previous videos, it may seem that an introvert may have a more difficult time making friends. So coming from my personal experience, having known then what I know now, or is it the other way around? Having known now what I know then, but I think you know what I'm saying or what I'm trying to get at. Having known then what I know now, I would say having friends as an introvert is hard. Like back then, I didn't know that I was, declared an any or an introvert. Any, I-N-N-Y. I didn't know I was declared an any or an introvert. I just knew that I was quiet. I just like being by myself and being quiet. Emphasis on how I say being quiet all the time. Like a library, but not quite like a library. Not on that level of quiet, but quiet enough. Not even quiet like in may we have a moment of silence quiet, but kind of like a movie theater quiet. I just like being a quiet, and not maybe completely drowning in the sorrow of quiet, like amongst the noise, Yeah, like I said, being in like a movie theater quiet for the most part. I was told, I was like shy by others. They were just putting the term on me without me willingly accepting it. They were putting me in a box already, shy. I was told I was shy by others. And I'm like, what is shy? Is shy not? Shy is like, I don't even really know what that means, but in my spirit, I knew that wasn't what I was. That energy of label didn't match me. I knew I wasn't that, even though I didn't know exactly what it meant. I just knew I liked keeping to myself and being quiet. So I will always respond, I'm not shy, I'm quiet. And over a period of time, I would constantly have to say these things. I found myself saying this over and over again as the calendar pages turned and the months turned and the years turned and I got a little bit taller, that I was constantly just like speaking. Is it, you say speaking to the choir, or is it just talking to nothing, wasting my words? Because it was like, why am I wasting my time telling these people that I'm not shy, I just like being quiet? But they'll be like, oh no, you're shy. I'm like, okay, can I start swinging at these people now? Because they're still trying to tell me something about myself. I'm like, I think it's time to start throwing bowls, because how many times I got to tell these people that's not what I am. So if any of you introverts being classified involuntarily as a shy person, and that was definitely not the case, or on the other token, I'm sorry, are you an introvert and shy? That's got to be twice as hard or 3 times as hard. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'll touch on that, or hello, maybe you should touch on that, because I'm not shy, thank God. I just like my quiet. So if there's anyone out there who's discovering during this carnivore virus that you are an introvert and you may be shy too, how about spilling off and making your own YouTube page about the complexities of that? But for now, I'm just going to talk about what I know I have, who I am as a person. I can just pour information from out of myself only. So once again, have any of you introverts been classified involuntarily as shy? If so, welcome to the club. And did you want to like just start throwing bowls and swinging at people, because it's like, how many times I have to tell you? And why are you coming into my circle telling me about myself? And I clearly didn't ask you. I didn't even make eye contact. So why are you coming over to me like, oh, why are you so shy? I'm like, well, hello, how are you today? The sky is blue. And why are you so ugly? You know what I'm saying? You want me to come? Do you really want me to come into your bubble and start asking questions? pre-assumed questions. Like, why you think you look good? Oh, well, that's just about as insulting for us as you coming over automatically assuming introverts are shy. So, or you want me to come over to your circle like, I hope you don't think you matching. I hope you don't think your outfit look good. Why you think your outfit look good tonight? Oh, okay. So, to answer this quote or all these words that I just said, you know, I found a really cool article on Huffington Post that goes along with what I was just explaining about. So I'm going to bring it up online, and it is called first it's huffpost.com, HUFFPOSTCOM, huffpost.com, and once again I'll put the link at the bottom in the comments. And it says making friends as an introvert. Unfortunately, making new friends can be difficult. We may have made friends organically in high school or college, but that doesn't necessarily translate into making new friends in the real world. Hello, real world. So if you're out of practice, which I am, or out of ideas, which I am, here are a few tips for making friends as an introvert, because I'm completely exhausted. Unfortunately, but fortunately, you know how they say as you age, most people get set in their ways. Thankfully, I'm not like that. I'm all the way around flexible, but when it comes to making friends, I am set in my ways. It's like I've been without friends for 3 decades, so why bother now? So I am thankful that that's the only thing I feel I'm stuck in, that I honestly can say I'm setting my ways in as. So being that we're all dealing with this carnivore virus, I must also indulge into the practices of self-healing. Oh, I think I would rather get one of my teeth pulled because it's just easier. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the growing pains of LA. Trying to figure out how I can possibly find a way to make friends. And you know, the thought right now is so heavy. It's like, oh, I'd rather just go to church to figure out how to make friends. And when I say going to church, I'm bringing it back to when I was a child, because I could not stand going to church after a while because it became, that's all we did. But it's different now. So I'm going to skim through this article and leave some information for you guys to go and read, because, you know, I'm not supposed to read the whole article anyways. But I really honestly thought the introduction of this article, Making Friends as an Introvert, was spot on. I'm going to read it again because it pretty much sums up the introvert that's grown up. And it says, once again, unfortunately, making new friends can be difficult. We may have made friends organically in high school or college, but that doesn't necessarily translate into making new friends in the real world. So if we're out of practice or out of ideas, here are a few tips for making friends as an introvert. I am going to scroll down and just skim like 1 or 2 sentences off every paragraph, because I'm actually blind reading this, so we'll be learning something at this moment in time together. So the first paragraph says, introverts enjoy solitude. We don't need the presence of other people to feel content, and that is totally true. For an introvert to want company, it isn't inauthentic. It isn't inauthentic for an introvert to want company. Wanting to be around people just means an introvert isn't a misanthrope. Now I need to push on this button, look it up to see what it means. It says misanthrope. And I'm trying to understand the breakdown on here, because it's not even broken down on here phonetically for me to pronounce it. Misanthropy. It says that means is general hatred, dislike, distrust, or contempt of a human species or human nature. So what they're saying is apparently it isn't inauthentic for an introvert to want company. Wanting to be around people just means an introvert isn't a person who dislikes people. Okay. Unfortunately, making new friends can be difficult, which is true. Which is why apparently I've chosen for 3 decades going to just bow out gracefully from that department because I have other things to do that are more important. So if you're out of practice, they provide us with a long list, so I'll read the second one. Make a list of 5 places where you can find people with similar interests. Oh, I know one. YouTube. Hey, okay. I don't think that's what they were implying, though. I can just stay at home and shop for friends. Let's see what's next. Make sure you factor in enough downtime before and after you go out. Which is true. You know, I do like to plan, and if I'm going out with a group of people, even if it's my little sister, I like to pre-plan because she's got a lot of talking energy, and I fry out in the first 3 minutes. It's just too much talking, and I just want to cry because it's like, why are you talking so much? Just let me go cook you something to eat. And please go watch TV. But thank you for being here. She's talking too much. Jesus, oh my goodness. Here's something. Show up with an open and show with an open and non-judgmental of yourself for others' mind. And with your only expectation being that you will meet people, not that you will make a friend. Oh, I like this. Okay, so it's basically saying, like, if you're going somewhere, party, show up with an open mind, and with your only expectation being that you will meet people. That you will meet people, and that you will not make a friend. So, okay, if I reframe this, like, hey, I'm just going to a party, and leave it at that, not on the guise of I'm going to a party, not just to be around people, but to look for a friend. That is too much pressure, and I just instantly shut down over the thought. So that is a wonderful pointer. Thanks, HuffPost. And you know what? I am going to read it one more time because, I mean, this is like new information for me. It says, once again, introverts, show up with an open mind, and with your only expectation being that you will meet people and you are not there to make friends. I am so pleased, thankful, and happy that I stumbled across this article because right there it took a load off. Now my next thing is, I don't like house parties. Oh, here we go. What we gonna do now? No, I'm not being difficult. This is just how I think. So how about going out to the club? Okay, come on, people. If you don't want to go to a smelly house party, okay, I'm really over-exaggerating. Well, you know, if you're going to a mall or something, just say you're not going to the mall or to the library or wherever you like to hang out to simply make friends. You're not going to the food court, boys and girls, to just make friends. You're just simply going. And also, as I ramble on, until I can find the right words to say out loud to you guys, I'm gathering to basically what they're saying. Outside of providing such a vocabulary of mundaneness, is that if you want a friend, it's just gotta happen naturally. No different from, I guess, how, you know, no different from how when you're looking to be married. You might as well hang up looking for it. Just go on and live your life, work on you, and it just happens. And I believe that same philosophy should be applied to when you want a friend. So having said that, that really took a load off my mind. But at the same token, you know, for me, it's like if it happens, it happens. It's not anything. If Santa Claus were real, for lack of a better word, that wouldn't be the thing I'd put in my list. Dear Santa, I want friends. So, I mean, if it happens, it happens. I'm not crying about it. It's kind of like whatever with that, because I am totally cool with what I have. However, I am keeping an open mind, and if I'm encouraging you to do some soul searching, inner searching, or finding ways to grow during this carnivore virus, then I should do the same too. So I can say that I am open to the new idea of that concept, and I will not overthink it. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. And I will continue to exercise to not turn it down so much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all introverts, innies. This is LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Signing out until next video, which will be, I think, video 4. Video 4. Hey, ugly! Yo, if you tired of looking at ugly people on social media, swing on over to ELAY TV. You'll be delighted and fulfilled. Oh my gosh, is that a cow burning? Don't look back, run away. Oh, if you subscribe to ELAY TV, I can guarantee you your quarantine horrors will be lifted up by my elevated excitement. Subscribe to ELAY TV today. Yes, ELAY TV. Subscribe. Testing, 1, 2, 3, psych. Hey, this is me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, and I am back with my introvert segment. And I have my notes here, and I believe I'm on video number 4, making friends as an introvert, preschool, late 80s. I'm gonna kick it to you freestyle, not rapping and rhyming, but just right off of the dome, so it can be as free and as authentic as possible. I'm gonna go back into the recesses of my mind, people. Back in the 80s, late 80s. I was born in 84, so I remember in preschool. As an introvert, before I knew I was an introvert, but I knew I liked being quiet. My first time making a friend. And this isn't any allegedly. This is coming straight from the dome, straight from the soul, straight from Experience 101. Okay, and I have a limited amount of time, so I have about 15 minutes pre-planned on the track, so I'm gonna try to be as expansive as possible, but not to belong your time. Well, now Pastor ain't gonna belong your time. Now going right into it, making friends as an introvert, preschool, late 80s, because I was born in 84, so, you know, late 80s, duh. I went to a school called, it started with a J. Wasn't Jerome Elementary, Jesse Loomis. I went to Jesse Loomis. That school is still standing there. However, the name's been changed and now it's like some science academy school. So moving forward, preschool, late 80s, my first time making a friend. I went to school. My teachers already had a bone to pick with me because they were already automatically pulling my mom to the side. I swear, when 2 weeks into it, talking about I wasn't interacting, or I was just too quiet. They wanted to know what, I'm using air quotes, what was wrong with me. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with me, but I'm a kid, so it's like, why talk back? Are they even going to listen to me or believe me anyways? Because I mean, these two preschool ladies, they were mean. There was an assistant teacher and like a regular teacher, and oh my gosh, they were so mean. They were like the Golden Girls, but with steroid attitudes. Steroid attitudes meaning mean. I'm like, why are you even here? And then, okay, they worked in the inner city too, and they were white, and I'm like, y'all acting like you don't even like black kids, so why are you even here working in the inner city with some bad A kids anyways? That's the vibe I got. But hey, that was like 30 years ago. So the teachers are already complaining with my mom, I swear, like every week, that she's not interacting, she's too quiet, she's antisocial, she's not talking to the students, she's not engaging. I'm like, I'm engaging, but every time I seem to, I'm using air quotes, engage, y'all not even around. Heck, come to think about it, I hardly ever remember them in the classroom. It's like we had a huge classroom, okay? Like, it was big like how the city is that y'all see. To me, as a little girl, and I was a runt, and I'm still a runt, I'm short. Man, I thought that classroom was big, but there was an office, and it was so off into the distance from the eyesight of the children, their office might as well just been in another room. I'm like, why would you have your work office way out somewhere else? What I'm trying to say is we had a giant classroom, okay, filled with preschoolers. So usually the teacher's desk is outside, so I usually in the front of the class or the back of the class so he or she could observe the students. Well, their desk wasn't like that. It was like another room with a door that you can close, and that was like an office. So they couldn't see us because in a way our room was big, like a square, and then in the front of the building, in the front of the classes, kind of turned off into like an L shape, and that's where their office was. So they never saw us because they were in their office. It was like they turned their supply office, like they turned their supply cabinet or their supply pantry into an office, like a duck and hide. So it was like they were always in there, like hovered around the computer, and they weren't out watching us. The only time they came out was to give us our snack, tell us when it was time to lunch, do a lunch count, like how many milks you guys are you getting the milk today, chocolate or white, or are you getting hot lunch, you know. So it was like we were left unattended, so every time they so happened to come out, I was antisocial according to them. I'm like, y'all just coming out at the wrong times. And number two, half these kids know each other because they're like their neighbors and stuff. And for me, my mom, you know, back in the day when you wanted your kid to go to a good school, you had to pretend that you lived somewhere else. So I didn't even live in that area where the school was at, so of course I didn't know anybody. So it was going to take a little longer to get to know people. But it was like the kids were already sectioned off before I even had a chance. So I was like stuck. I'm like, what do I do now? Everybody knew everybody because they lived in that neighborhood. They could walk there. My mom drove me every morning from the other side of the city to go to that school. So I didn't know anybody. The only person I knew was because there was the boy lived there in like right down the street from there, but my mom went to the same church, so our family went to the same church, and that was in the suburb area, which was weird. I think it was something like that. My mom knew his mom through church or what have you, who knows. So I think she honestly told her son, go over there and make friends with that poor, sorry, tired, quiet, homely looking yellow girl with the ashy knees and gap teeth. I honestly think if my mom wasn't friends with his mom, I would be just still hanging by myself. Because, like I said, everybody was already paired off. Because everybody in that classroom lived in that neighborhood. And I had to go the distance every morning to drive into the other part of the town to go there. So, and then on top of that, those kids were kind of wild. You know, I like to play too, but they play kind of rough. And I'm like, you know, I don't want to play that aggressive. I'm like, why are the girls running around here acting like they're on the football team and chasing boys? And just, to me, they were just super duper loud. And apparently, I'm just not the type of kid who likes extra loud noises or something, because I found it standoffish. So that was my choice to just, you know, fall back. But I only had one person that I really did talk to the most, and his name was Avery. But I think my mom and his mom, you know, double teamed him, was like, you go play with her, be friends. And what makes me say that is because over time I just got tired of hanging with him too. I'm like, you can like go somewhere else, you know, because the energy I was feeling, like he had to. I'm like, you can, you know, I'm cool at the table coloring, and I really don't have anything to talk about. You can, you know, go over there if you want to. And one day he just did, and I tried to interact like in the carpet square. They had a carpet area over there where it was really some cool toys over there. They were. But those kids took all the good toys in that section. So I was like, why would I even go over there? Because they're quicker than me. They're going to get all the fast toys. And they're going to get all the cool toys because they're like super quick. Or if you, by happenstance, get a really cool toy to play with in the toy area, I didn't really want to risk getting punched because some of those kids will all of them play rough and they pushed you. No, it's mine. You know, I remember seeing kids skinning their elbows. I see visions of kids falling over and sliding down into the carpet during playtime. So like they were really fighting over the toys. I'm like, now why would I want to insert myself into all that mess? So, I separated myself. They were all in the carpet running around acting like hogs. And I chose to just stay back at the desk and do some color pages, or probably just stare blankly out the window and was hoping time would go by fast. You know, it's like, what else is it to do? I couldn't read yet. So, it's not like I could go pick up a book. All the good toys were taken. I didn't know anybody. Teachers huddled up in the pantry turned to an office, probably smoking cigarettes, and the way they were huddled around the computer, now they probably was looking at porn. My life as a preschooler and an introvert, boy, I just really chose to stay by myself. I could really tell that guy didn't even want to hang around me after a while, because I mean, the outside looking in, I was quiet and kind of a drag, but I didn't care. I wasn't getting ready to try to talk to him just to have company, because I was my own company. And I probably developed that so quickly without even knowing, because my older sister, she was like 12 years older than me, or maybe older, so it was basically I was like the only child, so I did entertain myself. So by the time I got to school, I was already, unfortunately, probably set in my ways. And was like, shoot, I forget all y'all. I'll just sit over here in this wooden chair and stare blankly out the window until it's time to do something else. Which is why probably the teachers probably thought something was wrong with me. I'm using air quotes. Oh, the days and the life of an introvert. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mind hearing them having a good time playing. It was really thrilling to just sit back and listen. But I dare not want to engage into the animal farm of the kids skinning their arms and elbows on the carpet and talking about stuff on TV. You know, on top of that, they always talked about stuff on TV, and we didn't have cable, and we had like a TV, but we didn't get all the channels, and so, you know, it's like I really don't have anything to talk about. Kids talking about we're going here and there. I'm like, shoot, we don't go anywhere. So, you know, I just, yeah, I'm having a good time talking about this. So, once again, I grew up in Saginaw, Michigan, 4601, and in my preschool years, I did go to a school called Jesse Loomis. Now it's called something else. The building still stands. If I could go back there, if they didn't remodel too much, I could actually remember where my classroom is at and where I sat most of the time when I was there. It was rare I went to the carpet to join the kids at the table. I did it once on my own, but the other 2 times is because of my antisocial teachers who huddled up in the office probably watching porn and drinking coffee will happen to come out and try to encourage me to go over there. So they would kind of just walk me over there, kind of push me, push my shoulders, like, get on over there and play. God dang it. If my boss go by, see you looking pitiful at the table, they might fire us. So, you know, they push me over there. Go play with those kids. And I didn't. I just stayed over there and sat by the window and enjoyed the sunshine. I'm like, it's just those kids, man. All I see in the back of my head is a bedpan, dust flying around, kids hollering and screaming. Just, like, I can't wait till carpet time is over so we can go actually do something else. Now, we had worksheets. I enjoyed those worksheets because it was a project unto itself. It was an independent project. I remember getting lots of worksheets where we had to color shapes and stuff. I do remember that. Coloring in the lines, coloring shapes. I remember seeing octagons a lot, and we had to color like these stapled up books with big words on it, probably, because I couldn't identify them, but I knew they were words. As I think back, it was like books with like three words on it, you know. And so we would color the picture on each page. So I guess that was their way of trying to get us to familiarize ourselves with words, because I couldn't read, but I knew they were words. So everything looked like blurred, a chunk, a word space, word space. So yeah, we did a lot of coloring in the lines and playing, and I think it was just a class to help us with our motor skills. But I had my most difficult time was when we had carpet time or playtime or free time. That was the hardest part of preschool, because I just sat there like Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, and you are on number 5, making friends as an introvert, kindergarten, my life. Hey, once again, I'm coming to you live off the dome, so the experience can be as real as authentic and raw as possible. Coming off of the dome, trying to remember everything. Okay, kindergarten. Let's see, kindergarten. I still was going to the same school I previously talked about in the last video. I went to Jesse Loomis in kindergarten. And I remember kindergarten, and I don't understand what was up with the classes. It was like, you know, the first class in preschool was big. The second classroom was ginormous, and you know what? The playroom was like, you know, to die for, man. It was like the classroom was bigger. It was crazy. It was like 2 classrooms in one. So it was divided off in 2 sections. So the first half, when we go over to the right, was the actual classroom, and it was a big, full, standard-sized classroom. But get this, on the left in that same room was another space, and it was a little bit bigger than the classroom, but it had an upstairs, and that whole side to the left was a play area. I kid you not. I was like, what? And come to think about it, I think maybe because that was no, that wasn't the only kindergarten class in there. That wasn't the only kindergarten class in that building. Well, you know what, I'm thinking back, I think it was. what I have a marker because my alleged cousin named Andrea Land went there too. But at that time, I think she was a grade ahead of me, so she was in first grade. We weren't in the same grade. So yeah, I believe that was the only classroom, the only kindergarten classroom, probably why it was so much bigger. But that playroom had an upstairs, and upstairs was like where the kitchen place was at. It was a whole kitchen setup. I thought that was so cool. And having said that, I was in kindergarten, and I do recall talking more in there because the room was so comfortable. The room made me feel really comfortable. And I remember in preschool, when I first saw the kindergarten class, I couldn't wait till the next year so I could go and be in that class, simply because of the upstairs playroom kitchenette set area. So I already had something to look forward to. Even if the teacher was a jerk, I wouldn't have cared because the play area was dope. So I knew I was going to play there all the time. But the thing is, when I got there and settled down in kindergarten, we had these weird things called tables. And I'm like, what the F is a tables? It was tables. That's what it was called. And unfortunately, we had real desks. And at these desks, there were like 6 to 7, heck, maybe even 8 pushed up together to make a boat or an island. And as I began to look around slowly but surely, I could feel Jaws music playing in the back of my mind. There were about 7 more of these boats or islands within the classroom, and it had desks clustered together just like mine. And then I learned the term assigned seating. So assigned seating, I glumly found out, man, you couldn't sit wherever the heck you wanted to. So that meant I couldn't sit by the window. Ugh. And then on top of that, I got to sit at the desk or the island where the bad kids were. I'm like, why? Am I bad or something? Why would you sit me at this group of tables where these kids are bad? And it didn't take long or a rocket scientist to find out who's bad or not. Judge not, lest ye be judged, says a heavy-set woman in the back of my mind. Well, sit down, Shamu. I was over-religiously brainwashed at such a young age. But I already knew just like that the kids were bad. So I just felt terrible because I knew I was doomed for the rest of that year. My only saving grace was snack time and recess. But hey, at least I had 2 things to look forward to instead of 1. Unlike preschool, I looked forward to just independent studies, working on my own. In kindergarten, man, I didn't understand why we had to sit in clusters like that. But the teacher was like, well, because it'll help you with your interaction skills, help you learn how to work with each other, and help you with your communication, which I do get, you know. Ask your neighbor if you need a pencil, or if you have questions. It just gets you to be engaged more instead of being spaced out so much like in preschool. But I still wasn't down with the groups. I liked my space, and I like to have my elbows out across the desk, and I just didn't want anybody touching my desk because it's like, it's my desk. You know how kids are. Don't touch my name tag. Don't touch my desk. Oh, why you even looking over here? This is my section. Oh, you look dirty. It's like, oh, I hate this. So these are the things going on in my mind as an introvert. But nobody knew. And for the life of me, I didn't understand why all the kids were so loud and noisy still. But I figured by this time that's just how kids were. But it still bothered me. And I didn't understand why the girl next to me on the right talked so much. I just didn't get it. But at the same time, I think she knew those kids too. They were from the same neighborhood, so rightfully so. If they lived next door to one another and or was family, why not just carry a conversation you had coming to school on the bus at the desk? So duh. I easily dismissed that. she did try to talk to me sometimes. I just didn't have much to say. So, lo and behold, just like preschool, I saw the people distance themselves from me one by one, like Wilson, drifting away out of sight. I didn't care. I was like, praise the Lord, get the heck away from me, Satan. Leave me alone. By that time, I learned what the word fast meant. And unfortunately, the girl next to me was semi-fast, and the girl who sat behind me at the other table was a mega fast. And she was always talking about some boy that she liked. And I'm like, okay, he sat at my table. So now that I'm really thinking about all this crap, now I understood why she always talks so loud. Because she was always trying to get the attention of the boy who sat at my table, because she sat at the other table. But I wasn't getting it at the time. All I could focus on was like, B, you shouting all in my ear. And how come the teacher won't just sit you over here so you don't got to shout? Cause I can't do my homework and your voice sound weird. You know how girls' voices sound crazy when they yell? I'm like, Jesus, I can't do this. When can we go home? When is recess? Speaking of recess, you know that play area I always dreamt about last year, where I was going to actually play and probably interact out with the other children. For some reason, apparently because I never finished my work fast enough, I never really got to go over there that much to play. I remember going over there once or twice. Okay, maybe 5 times, and I really think that's a stretch. I really don't ever remember going to the other side. So it's even play in the playroom. But the thing is, though, when it was time to do our work, I couldn't because everybody was talking. So I was so distracted, wondering why they were talking so much when they were supposed to be doing their work. I couldn't concentrate to do my work. So when they got done with their work, one by one, they drifted away like Wilson and went over to play. And so that's when I started doing my work, because that side of the room was semi-quiet for me to focus. But by the time I started doing my work, everybody was like over there except me, so it got too loud. So now I'm really distracted, turning around like, dang, I wish I could be over there. And I'm watching everybody play, and the teacher tapping my desk like, Ursula, do your work. I'm like, I can't do my work. It's too many distractions. But once again, I didn't say anything because I knew my place. So was that really a sign of being an introvert in that moment, or just knowing your place as a child, especially back then in the 80s, early 90s? You don't talk to your teachers. You don't say nothing to your teacher, but yes, sir, no, sir, no, ma'am, yes, ma'am. You don't back talk when they tell you to do something. You say, huh. So, I just was quiet and was like, okay. So I really got to be over there. So kindergarten was kind of stressful, and that's just the routine every day. And then also, not only to rain on my parade as an introvert, snack time was whack time, WACK, because I don't know why my teacher just brought windmill cookies every day. Windmill cookies make me vomit. I got so tired of windmill cookies. Just thinking about it, I'm feeling sick. I might have to just stop this type of regurgitate. I am literally, my stomach is clutching. I feel a little light reflex coming on in my throat. Windmill cookies. I'm like, why do we get these every day? I think I was almost in tears. I'm like, why don't we get lunch? She was like, oh, because you're only here part-time. I'm like, part-time? What do you mean we only here part-time? Like, you only come here half a day. Half a day? But in preschool, we got like food. Like FOOD. So you mean to tell me in kindergarten, I can't even play? Because I don't finish my working time because there's too many distractions. So technically, I don't have recess. We only here half a day. And every day we gonna get these windmill cookies that taste terrible. And they hard. So I'm like, I don't want to break my teeth because how come all these kids running around and their teeth look bad already? I'm not gonna look like them. I'm like, how can you have chunks missing out of your teeth already? What do y'all do? Throw rocks at each other? You know? Dog. Really? I'm like, I didn't get along with anybody. I tried to make friends with this one girl, but that didn't turn out well because that's when, unfortunately, I found out boys could like girls in a different way. She stopped liking me because the boy she allegedly liked me. I'm like, I didn't know. You don't got to push me down for something I didn't know. Shoot, you can have them. Oh. So once again, I was alone. Our recess yard was connected to a flower shop. The flower shop sat on the edge of the street. And for some reason, I don't remember what the street was called. It might have been called Weber. But every day we went out to recess. When we did have recess, or, like to go outside just to play for a break, I would picture myself going to the fence, passing the fence, and just running away. Just... every day I have recess when we got to go, I just looked at that fence and was wondering if I could run fast enough just to leave school and just go home. I mean, every day. I don't remember hardly playing that much. I just remember just sitting there by myself like, think I'll make it today? Like I was in jail, like in life. You know how they had a part where if you cross the line, you got shot? Well, that's how I felt in kindergarten. Every day I'm like, I wonder if I can make it. Get the H out of here because I don't want to play with these kids and they sure don't want to play with me. And I don't like what they're playing. And they talk about boyfriends and girlfriends already. I'm like, I don't even, I mean, come on. What? So, and what gave me the ray of hope that I could probably run away from school and go home was because our teachers, I swear they was outside smoking cigarettes while we was playing. Because you know how from a distance smokers, ladies who smoke and they're tired, they put their hands on their hip. And she had her hands like in a V and there was something in between her fingers and she kept putting like the stick up to her mouth. I had no idea those were cigarettes, but thinking about it now, the women were out there taking the cigarette break. While we were outside playing. So I probably could have got away with running away. Oh, Lord, life as an introvert. I think recess was the hardest. I mean, if the kids just shut the H up, school would have been so much better. But I mean, you can't tell nobody's kids what to do. This LA, man, and I'm so out. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye. Hey, what's going on? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, and we are on first grade. First aid in the first grade. First aid in the first grade. First aid in the first grade. You go amazing with all the doctor bills you paid. Oh, you remember that song from Veggie Tales? Oh my gosh, I had to learn the words to that whole song. It's actually fun. It's kind of goes up with those whiny songs, the 99 bottles of beer on the wall, or this is the song that never ends with Sherry and lamb chops. So that song kind of goes right in that department catalog of never-ending songs. But yeah, here I am, and I am talking about life as an introvert and my first grade year. And once again, I'm doing this right off the handle. So I'll be self-discovering or remembering things or rehashing things right before you guys' ears. So this could be as raw and as authentic as possible. However, the catch is I have between 15 to 16 minutes to do this, so I'll fit in as much as I can during that time frame. We are at a minute and almost 30. So here we go. First grade. I went to a school called Emerson Elementary. As you can see, this is the second school I've been introduced to. The first two videos about my schooling life so far, I attended Jesse Loomis, and now it's my first grade year and I'm at Emerson. I didn't mind because it made perfect sense to me because this school was actually up the street from our house. Hello! So I actually automatically liked that school better. I just felt like I would fit in there more and I felt safe there. I'll probably make some type of Halloween segment video on how that school, Jesse Loomis, was actually scary. It had some hot spots in that building that didn't fit right with me. It didn't feel safe. It felt haunted. So first grade, Emerson Elementary, and how I made friends. At that time, once again, I still was a loner, but for some reason, my mom always knew somebody. So now that I think back, I think it was a bad thing for me because the people that she seemed to knew always had a kid that was in the same class as myself. So she automatically would assume or automatically attach me to that person, whether or not I wanted to be with him or her. Didn't even cross her mind. It just was automatic. You be friends with her because I went to church. I go to church with her mama, and it's like great. So thinking back, I don't think I ever had the opportunity at all to actually go pick out a friend, anyways. Because once again, this chick, I won't say her name, but it's crazy how the things you do remember and the things you don't. The things that I feel I should remember, I don't, and the things that I don't really give a crud about, I do. But I won't say their names. But anyways, my mom went to school or church with the mother, so I ended up being friends with the daughter. She wasn't all that bad. She kind of reminded me of my alleged cousin. I say alleged a lot because unfortunately in this lifetime I'm starting to realize who's my actual biological family and who's not. And that's a whole nother ball of wax. So I honestly don't know who's my family members and who's not anymore. So now I'm just starting to say allegedly. So she reminded me allegedly of my cousin who now unfortunately attended that school too. So it was like, okay, my alleged cousin also went to the same school I went to for pre-K and kindergarten, which is Jesse Loomis. And now she's at my school again, to my knowledge. It's like, okay, why don't you guys just use your own brains? Why are you following me around? That's crazy how I twisted that up, like they're following me. There's another sign of an introvert, already setting up storylines. Personal storylines and personal antagonism. So I became friends with the girl in first grade that my mom affixed me with. She was nice. She wore glasses, so that was my first time realizing that people my age actually wore glasses. So I really thought that was cool. I think her glasses were blue or something. So I'm like, oh, she wears glasses, so maybe this just might work. 'Cause I didn't know young kids needed glasses. I only thought parents and old people needed them. So I believe she wore glasses, and she already had a friend. I'm like, great, now another person I have to talk to. I kind of don't remember her too much, but I do remember it was us three. But more often than not, it was them two. Because still in class, I didn't sit together with the two of them prepackaged friends. I sat by myself. So it was like during class, I would hear them two talking and hanging out the most. Or when it was time to pick partners and such, if you can only pick two, of course I didn't get picked. So it was like, okay, my mom wants me to be friends with her, but how in the heck am I supposed to be friends with her? She's already got a friend. And this is way before I ever heard the analogy of 3 wheels is a damper, or the third wheel, or the third person just ruins everything, whatever that cliche is. But I already knew it was like, this isn't gonna work because I'm in the way, or she in the way, but it really didn't matter because once again they talked a lot and I preferred to just listen. And so I didn't really make an emphasis of it. Not necessarily to my mom. I don't recall telling my mom that I really don't talk to them because she's already got a friend and they seem like best friends. They seem close, so I don't even think I knew what the term best friend meant, but they seemed close, so they probably were already best friends. But every once in a while, we did hang out in recess, but I still didn't like it because I remember hanging out with them on recess, and the times we were together, I didn't like the games they liked to play. I tried them before, but I already knew that I just wasn't down with what they like to play. But I tried, and I was kind of upset with myself that I even wasted my time giving it a try anyways. What would they play? Well, the typical hand girl games, like Miss Mary Mac. I don't like those games, and I still don't. I don't understand why they're just standing around in circles, singing a song and clapping hands. It's stupid, and I don't get it. So I'm like, I'm not going to sit around and watch you guys standing around in a circle singing some songs and clapping hands and being stupid. So I didn't tell them that. I just said I'm not interested. Or jump rope. Unfortunately, I did seem to like jump rope, but at the same time, they were going fast and using 2 ropes. And I didn't know what coordination meant, but I knew I didn't have it. So I'm like, I can't do that. So I'm not going to stand around and watch them do that, and I'll look like an idiot just watching them jump rope. So I'm trying to think, what the H did I do? I just remember a certain part in that area of the playground where we would stand and they would talk, and then I was by myself. So I see myself now just sitting at the swing. It was kind of pushed off back away from the rest of the playground near the fence, and it was more so towards the neighborhood. I did like that setting. So we will walk out of the building, okay, and then there will be a blacktop, and then there will be like the playground area. So you have the blacktop area, then you have the playground, and then that was sectioned off with all these other areas on the playground. Then pushed the furthest away from the building and the playground was the swing area, and there was a lot of grass there. I do like that part because of the grass, and it was quiet, and there wasn't as many kids there. I do remember Mexican kids there, a couple of them. They were quiet. Oh my gosh, they were so quiet, but yet they were playing amongst each other. It was like a decent play, so they were calming. I don't remember their names, of course, but they seem younger than me. But that area is like the chill spot, it's like I like hanging back here, so I believe that's where I went the most. I just stood around there, and that's where I met who I thought would be the perfect friend for me. She was nice and quiet, and she had a tiny little ponytail in her head, and I thought that was cool. I didn't realize she had a tiny ponytail because her hair was short. I just thought she had a tiny ponytail, but it was really cool. So it was really cool. It was like, oh, it was a tiny ponytail, but it was cute. But she was nice and really quiet, and she didn't talk loud like the other girls, and weren't chasing boys around or playing those hand games and jump roping or playing some game called Foursquare. I didn't care for Foursquare too much because it kind of got a little boring after a while, just standing around pushing the ball in a square. So I'm like, and then some of them got too aggressive with it. So I'm like, why are you taking this so serious? So, you know, there's just a lot of stuff I didn't participate in. But the girl at the swing was really nice. I forgot her name. But come to find out, all this time, she lived right next door to me at 644 South Warren Street. However, the place where they used to live in a White House, that's no longer there. It caught on fire and they demolished that. But she was a really nice girl. So long story short, I really thought I found a cool friend. You know, she was really nice, not mean, and she was black. You know, like African American, her skin was like brown, like the color brown. I thought that was really cool too, because like, oh man, she's really nice and she don't have an attitude. And I told my mom, I said, I think I found a friend. I'm paraphrasing, but I was really happy. She burst my bubble real quick. She's like, the girl next door? I'm like, yeah. I said, I didn't even know she lived next door. Oh, well, you can't hang around them because their mama on drugs. I'm like, oh, what does that mean? All I could register was that I couldn't hang out with her. It didn't make sense to me. I really tried. I was like, well, she says she don't have a lot of toys. I told her I'd buy her a hula hoop. My mom didn't seem really happy about me saying that. I was like, well, I can buy it. I think at that time at Kmart, hula hoops were $1.37 or something like that. I do remember that because I tried to go to the toy section every time my mom did go to Kmart. So I knew I probably could swing that if my mom put in with the rest. Being that we always went to Kmart, I just knew I was going to be able to get her at least a hula hoop. So when my mom told me she don't even want me hanging around with her, you know, I was like, dang, that's messed up. I don't even know what her mama on drugs mean. You know, we didn't have to just say no to drugs, you know, assemblies yet. So the way my mom said it was just bad. Her tone was just like, well, that's bad. I don't want you hanging around her mom. They're into stuff and they're trouble, so blah, blah, blah. So I couldn't go back and tell the girl that, but it really made me feel bad because she seemed like a really nice girl, and that's not her fault that her mom chose that path. Because her mom, as I speak forward now, because I actually got to talk to her mom because they were on the porch, her mom seemed really nice. So in my head, I'm like, she don't seem like she on drugs to me, because she was a really nice lady. And it would match because her daughter act like her mom, very nice. You know, how you doing? Nice voice, not aggressive, and just really kind. You know, I didn't get any bad vibes, you know, but, you know, to each his own. So that would have been my first actual attempt at a friend, but my mom said no. I don't know how that girl's doing, but I wish her all the best because she was really nice, and her mom was really nice too. And they moved away, so her circumstances happened in their lives and they moved away, and I missed her mom and the daughter. I wish they didn't have to leave because they were really nice people. Well, once again, that is my first grade experience as an introvert, and some of the reasons why I am who I am today. There's just a lot of things that I just had no interest in, so why put myself in a situation if I don't have an interest in something? I mean, I tried it and I didn't enjoy it. It was boring. Or the kids were too aggressive, or they took the game too serious. So I didn't want to be around all that energy because doing classwork was hard enough. And just maneuvering around trying to make a friend and remember all this stuff from our lessons and was hard enough. So I just once again chose to be by myself because it just seemed like the more healthier choice. Kids talk too much in class, so why would I be around them anyways? Because they're just going to get in trouble. I'm not trying to get in trouble. You know, things of that nature. So that's pretty much what it is. So my name is ELAY, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. And thank you for listening to me. And I can't wait to join you on the next one. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye! Howdy, it's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm raised, and I'm back with you with second grade. Here we go. First aid in the second grade. Ow! First aid in the second grade. First aid in the second grade. You can buy a zoo with all the doctor bills he paid. Second grade. So that meant I went to another school. You know, I wasn't all that bummed out about going to another school too much, because it's not like I had friends anyway, so I felt like I wasn't gonna have anything to miss. But boy, in a nutshell, what I missed was how things used to be before we did move out of that hood into the suburbs. That's another story. So this is my second grade year at yet another school. This would be school number 3. I'm not sure if I went to another school beforehand or not. Couldn't tell you. I went to a school called Thomas White Elementary, and I started my second grade year there. And the teacher I had, her name was Mrs. Dory, and that's funny because speed the camera up 80 years later, there is a movie called Finding Nemo with the fish named Dory. And Dory has memory problems, and it's funny because my second grade teacher name is Miss Dory. For some reason I remember her. It's weird how stuff ties in like that. Second grade was traumatic for me, meaning because I moved from a neighborhood where everybody looked the same, meaning everybody was black or, you know, like Mexican. So our skin was, you know, tanned up, you know. We had color to our skin, you know. So when we moved to the suburbs, I saw like white people. I'll see white people. Like white kids and stuff like that. So that was new to me, and it was weird because I only saw them on TV. So in my head it seemed like they only lived on TV in like a whole nother land or world. But kind of think about it, they do live in their own land in another world to this day, kind of literally speaking and metaphorically speaking. So second grade, as an introvert, making friends. Do you think I was really trying to make friends then? I mean, like, oh, there's new kinds of people there. It just, and the whole school environment, I didn't like it. I can tell you that much for sure. I liked Emerson's school. I liked that building. I liked the comfort it brought. I liked the energy in that building. I did not feel comfortable at Thomas White Elementary. And it don't help that the elementary had the word white in it neither. I should be telling you something. The school felt uninviting in certain areas. It was like the school had hot and cold points. And unfortunately, my first experience there as a second grade, my classroom was in the cold point of the school. And it didn't feel inviting. It was looming with like uncomfort. Oh boy, making friends in second grade, I didn't even try. I didn't. You know, I just didn't. I can tell you that much for sure now, thinking back. I don't remember ever putting forth an effort to make friends in second grade. For some reason, I think I was just tired. I remember sitting at my desk a lot, just trying to adjust, not understanding how kids, they still talked a lot, but these kids, they talked about other stuff that I felt I should have known already. So I felt kind of stupid. I felt stupid. So I chose to just keep my mouth quiet. They even said words that I never heard before, put words in sentences that I never heard before. So I just chose to be quiet. I didn't know what the word observant probably, but that's what I did. I found a place. Well, I couldn't even do that. When we first got there, like the first semester, the first half of school, we had assigned seatings. Again, with the assigned seatings. I don't like assigned seatings because it made me feel some type of way. I felt assigned seatings was how the teacher felt about you. And they placed you around certain kids because that's what they thought about you. That's how I felt. So I didn't like where I sat, close to the door, close to the teacher, towards the front. And I'm like, I'm a good student, so why would you even have me in the front? You need the bad kids in the front and close to the door. So I didn't like that because I felt like I didn't have any privacy because I was already up to the teacher. And then by the hallway door, so there was too many distractions. And unfortunately, the classroom across from us always seemed like they had more fun, so that really didn't help. But honestly, second grade was more of a culture shock than anything. Getting used to new air, new energy, new landscapes, different colored people, how they talked, how they dressed, how their lives seemed better. Even some of the black kids, their lives even seemed better. I felt isolated because the energy and joy that they had, I couldn't relate to. I didn't understand it. So I just did a lot of absorbing and started becoming really confused a lot in second grade. I became really confused as to how come I don't feel the way those kids feel, like happy to go home or just happy to have something to talk about or to just have friends. As I'm talking, the two black girls were already paired up, so they were like already friends already. Everybody there seemed to already be in their own community, already have friends, and it's because they did all live in that area. So I was totally new, even though I wasn't the new kid at the school per se. We all started the same day, the second grade together. I was new to the whole area, new to the whole group of kids who already went to the same school for how many years? Probably pre-K till second. They already had a family or a bond already made. So everybody knew one another, and I did stick out because I had never seen you before. So that didn't help. And on top of that, I really didn't want to talk about my family because there wasn't anything much to talk about because we didn't do anything. I realized that quick. Our family didn't do anything. So there wasn't anything to talk about. So that added to me really turning inward and being quiet because their lives paralleled to me tremendously from ours. And that hurt. And it's like, why would I talk to these kids and anything they talk about, I won't have anything to relate to, or it'll just be too depressing, or it will actually make me look bad because we don't have those things, or we don't go places, or some of the things I kind of was brought up doing that I thought everybody else did, as far as being poor. They would look at me funny as if I'm one of the trailer trash kids. I learned what trailer trash was in second grade. I'm like, oh my gosh, basically we're black trailer trash based on how we did things on the normal and based on what we didn't have and what we had to do to get by. I thought that was normal life, but coming to second grade, I really learned quick that our family was poor and we just moved into a rich neighborhood, which was stupid to me because our house looked good on the outside, but our way of living was piss poor. So I really wanted to just shut my mouth. I could just feel that now. It's like in my stomach. It's just, I'm just gonna shut up. It was a sorrowful feeling. I wouldn't say humility because I never thought I was better than anybody. It was the opposite of humility. It was just lowly. It was just sad. So I didn't really make any friends there, but I remember a lot of the kids kind of being friendly or introducing themselves to me, and I did talk to them. That's when I learned that white people, their voices sound different from black people. I didn't even know there was a such thing. I thought everybody sounded the same, being that I grew up around all black people. You know how most black people talk? They have a heavier voice, and the girls I knew, their voices didn't sound light and friendly. They just sounded like regular voices like this, but this their nice voice, like, girl, how you doing? That's what all I was used to. But when I got there, the white kids, their voices were nice. And so that I was like, how come we don't sound like that? How come we sound so? I just didn't know. It just was crazy. So I really didn't want to talk around them. Or I would make sure I made my voice sound happier, or I made sure I spoke better. I became more aware of how terrible I sounded when I spoke because I was around people now who actually spoke how English was supposed to be depicted. I had no idea that I grew up around a whole bunch of people who didn't talk proper English. So that made me feel stupid because I'm like, I've been sounding like this all this time. It just hurt because it's like, oh my gosh, I got a lot to learn. And it just really made me voiceless out of fear of being humiliated and letting them know that we were poor, letting them know how stupid I sounded when I talked, and letting them know that I was a different race, something different from them. It just seemed like everything from that point of being alive in the world for those few years, it just going to second grade at that school just made me feel like being black and poor was not good. And all this stuff I couldn't tell my parents because they were overly religious, and I learned early that I shouldn't talk to them too much because it just made things worse because they twisted it in a way that everything was my fault or there was something spiritually wrong with me for looking at the world like that, when all I wanted was answers so I could just, be better. So second grade, I don't recall having friends. It just took me a long time to just acclimate to my, I don't even like using that word. I heard some white guy using that all the time and it still sounds stupid. Just to blend in with my environment. That's what my whole second grade year felt like. I wasn't concerned with making friends. I was more concerned with trying to absorb all these newnesses outside of having to learn, the math and English and science and stuff. I felt overwhelmed and hopeless. That's crazy. That's a lot for a second grader. And I felt hopeless because I was just a kid, and what the heck am I going to do about it? So that was second grade. I learned what trailer trash was, and honestly thinking back on the kid that they considered trailer trash, I thought those kids were really nice. So in my head, I'm like, why would they not want to talk to them, or why would they low-key talk about them? I learned a lot I learned so much. Kids can be so cool. They talk about others in their face, behind their back. That's when I learned that certain races thought they were better, and I learned that people thought having a certain amount of money made you better. But just for the life of me, I didn't know that. I didn't understand why they called kids trailer trash. That was my first time being introduced to that world in second grade, but I didn't like it because they all seemed nice to me. And I would have rather hung around them, and I can see both of them in my head, but I won't say their names. But I guess since they were nice, you could tell they weren't prejudiced, but I can tell at the same time they really didn't want to hang with me because we didn't have anything in common. So it was like, dang, I don't even fit in with them. But I still would have preferred to be around them because their energy was warmer, was a little more sunnier. I didn't feel sad around them. I didn't feel like I had to try so hard to speak clearly, because they sure didn't use proper English and they were comfortable with it. So I can say thank you to the quote-unquote trailer trash kids, for lack of a better word. But you guys actually made my second grade year feel better. Thank you, trailer trash kids, for being yourselves, and I'm sorry that there is even the term for that, but you guys are nice. So that's my second grade year. My name is LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Yo, if you're tired of looking at ugly people on social media, swing on over to ELAY TV. You'll be delighted and fulfilled. Oh my gosh, is that a cow burning? Don't look back, run away. Oh, if you subscribe to ELAY TV, I can guarantee you your quarantine horrors will be lifted up by my elevated excitement. Subscribe to ELAY TV today. Yes, ELAY TV. Subscribe. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is this thing on? Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, coming at you live again with another video. This is third grade and how I handled everything as life as an introvert. Thank you for coming to my platform. Thank you for coming here. If this is your first time, I know you'll learn something here. Please feel free to share this information along as it is coming to you from me via live experience of my past, and also that I have not talked about this in so long, so this is kind of like my first time rehashing all of this information, so it will be authentic and raw for you as it is to myself. It's kind of like a live self-discovery or rediscovery of everything. Third grade, making friends as an introvert was difficult because as you know via my other videos, this was my third school I went to. So as you know, going to different schools don't help anyways, because you're rooting up root. There's no sense of permanency, and if I already had friends, thankfully I didn't, I would have lost all of those anyway. So once again, this is my third school now that I've attended since my small time here on planet Earth. And thankfully I didn't establish any close friendships at those schools because I would have lost them anyway. So that probably would have hurt way more than the hurt and confusion I already started developing. Third grade, I didn't like my school and I really didn't like my teacher. This was also when I learned something else I wasn't ready for at that stupid school. I learned what racism and or prejudice was. I found out that my third grade teacher was a racist via my mom, via like other parents who may have had that lady before, and the word got around, at least in the black community, that she didn't care for black people too much. I really didn't know what that meant still, but I just knew it meant stay away. She was danger, but I mean, how could I stay away from a racist teacher if she's my teacher? I'm going to be with her all day, every day. And once again, it's like, why do I seem to get the teachers who have some type of issue, or why do I seem to get the classrooms that are filled with the worst kids? It made me feel like I was being punished. I'm like, how come I didn't get the class next door where everybody had all the fun and all the cool kids were, you know? And the classroom seemed more joyful, warm, and inviting. It's like, why did I get this stupid class? It's boring. She didn't decorate. It was dry. By this time, I knew exactly what white people were, and they were boring. But I'm not saying that like I didn't want to be around them, but boring to me because what they talked about I couldn't relate to. So I shouldn't say boring. There just wasn't any interest there. Basically, if I had the option to choose a white Barbie doll or a black Barbie doll, I would have picked black, but the store only had white. You know, so it was like that. At this time, I learned what God brother and God sister meant too. I went to school with the same school and the same grade with my God brother. I thought, I don't know, my parents, I don't know, they're weird. Anyways, they were my God brother, so we didn't have the same class, thankfully. I kind of would have been ticked off because it's like I kind of want to learn things on my own. Or be in an environment on my own. I didn't like that everywhere I went, well, at least in preschool and kindergarten and first grade, there was always somebody there that my mama already knew. So it was like, I didn't feel like that was a safety net. I felt like I was being spied on, even though I had no intentions on being bad. You know, I'm quite sure they were reporting on me. I don't know if that was paranoia or just intuition. But thankfully, my God brother, we didn't have the same class, but we walked to school every morning, and I didn't care for that too much. But at least it was better than my mom walking me to school. I didn't have any type of freedom or sense of privacy. They, you know, mother hen, father hen. But getting back to me in my third grade classroom, it was boring. It wasn't decorated. Oh, and we sat in groups again. I didn't like that too much, you know. But I come to find out though, as in third grade, that I liked hanging around boys way more than girls. So in third grade, that's when I developed that notion, a strong notion within me, assumed by myself and cultivated by myself, that boys were more fun, even though they're kind of gross in the stuff they talked about and how they kind of carried and conducted themselves. They were kind of gross, but I took the grossness overrode everything else about the girls. The girls were boring. They didn't talk about anything, or they talked about boys all day, or stuff I just couldn't relate to because, one, we couldn't watch TV at home. Two, if we watched TV at home, it wasn't about anything that the kids were talking about at school anyways. Or three, they talked about going over at one another's houses, and we couldn't have company at our house, so I felt isolated, and I don't know what number I'm on. The other point why I prefer not to hang with the girls, I didn't get their world. Get their world meaning the white girls, their world was so different from black girls. You know, I learned that so drastically, and unfortunately, I was blindsided by the unfortunateness is that a word? The sadness, the sad reality that white girls' worlds were different from ours. At least they were then growing up. And the girls that were in my class, they just were a little too aggressive to me. A little too assertive, a little too strong, a little too wild, a little too rude. And I really didn't want to be around that neither. Their hair was different from mine. I learned what a relaxer was too, or a perm, but I think that was more or less in 4th grade. So there were just too many differences, and it was too overwhelming. And I found that the boys were much easier. I even enjoyed listening to them talk. I did talk to them amongst them because at this time in 3rd grade, I believe I sat at a table, I was assigned a table with more boys than girls. So it was a relief because at least the boys would just talk to themselves and not really bother me. And it was like the boys knew not to really mess with me like that, only ask me questions at decent times, or they just respected me. But I didn't feel the energy like, oh, I'm not talking to her because she don't talk to me. I didn't feel that energy. So it actually felt peaceful sitting at the table. So I never dreaded that part. I never felt uneasy when I had to sit at my desk every day, every morning in 3rd grade. So thankfully, even if our teacher was allegedly prejudiced, that was less I had to go to school and worry about. Honestly, I don't think she was prejudiced. I didn't see it. I just thought she was a really mean, stern woman. I couldn't tell racism or anything. That's my opinion. But having that stigma didn't help. It just added to my nerves being rattled because, if that's what everyone's saying, everyone like the adult people in my world, the alleged authority figures saying something like that, it just kind of made me weary. And I will watch out for signs of whatever racism was. But all in all, she just was a mean, stern lady. But I honestly would have preferred the other 3rd grade teacher next door because I could tell right off the bat she was really universally friendly. And she cared about what she did. Oh man, I don't know why I didn't get her class. I think I would have learned more. I would have been focusing on everything else. Because in 3rd grade, I didn't focus on anything. It was just hard to focus because I was still stuck on why I wasn't in the other class the whole year. Why was I in the class with bad kids? And and it wouldn't make sense because what I mean by what it would make sense is I would have, as a principal, I probably would have unfortunately assigned all the kids who had a bad record or just were bad to the more stern teacher. But by this time you were in 3rd grade, students should already have a record on them to know whether or not the kids got some type of anger management, short attention span, or just, downright rude and obnoxious. There's differences. So once again, I'm like, why would they put me in this class? Because I'm a good student. My reward should be in the class next door, where all the other good students are doing really good projects. I mean, they did projects every week. Oh my gosh, they did projects every week. And the class just seemed more orderly. The energy was happier, more freer, more clear. And like I said, they learned more. So that bothered me a lot. This is just coming from my point of view. I highly doubt if anybody from my school will ever make a YouTube video about their experience. But it would be nice if they did, because I would like to see how they viewed their elementary years through their eyes. And heck, how they even view me, because the more information I know about myself, the better. It'll be cool. And then that's more to just kind of internalize and just tell my kids. It's just more about me. Yay! Oh boy, show. 3rd grade making friends, I didn't have any. But by then, I realized that I was just a nice person anyway. So, I talked to them when they talked to me. It was rarely where I actually interjected and started the conversation. Most of the times, the teacher would call on me, or the student or the kid in the class would talk to me first, start something, from what I can remember. And it would go on like that. And quite frankly, that's how I preferred it. I like just being to myself, doing my work. I did like the guys though at the table. Man, they were so nice. But since they were guys, I knew in my head we weren't going to be friends, but I would have liked to. But I just could tell that wasn't going to work out like that. Like how girls are friends with girls and guys are friends with guys. I just didn't see me being, having a friend as a boy. Not a boyfriend dating, but I didn't see that. But I wanted that. It just seemed more fun to, the guys were just more fun at my table in general. They're more relaxed and laid back. And they seemed a little more caring and understanding. I don't know if they liked me like that or not. At that time, those type of social cues I wasn't picking up of whether a guy liked me or not. Let's see here. And I'm going back a little bit. In what was it? Kindergarten, I realized someone liked me only because someone told me. I thought that was cool, but at the same time it made me feel uneasy. Simply because after I found out he liked me, I'm like, okay, cool. We started to play together and we had a lot of fun. But the girl who told me that the boy liked me got mad at me because he was playing with me and not her, and she liked him. And I'm like, this is a bunch of BS. So at the end of my story, when me and the boy were playing by the monkey bars, it was cool. I was trying my best to climb up to the top part. I think I did. That was so fun. The girl came over and was just acting stupid or whatever. I don't know what she did, but I was blind. She probably kissed him or something. Something fast. I can say that. Something fast, because he immediately stopped talking to me. She probably said some type of rumor. Who knows? But it was just like that. He wouldn't talk to me anymore. He wouldn't look at me anymore. He even started treating me like I stole something from his mother. And I thought that was weird. I'm like, you know what? I'm done with this. Life as a third grader was boring, but at least I knew boys were nicer than girls. Ew, hey, ugly! Yo, if you're tired of looking at ugly people on social media, swing on over to ELAY TV and you'll be delighted and fulfilled. Oh my gosh, is that a cow burning? Don't look back, run away. Oh, if you subscribe to ELAY TV, I can guarantee you your quarantine horrors will be lifted up by my elevated excitement. Subscribe to ELAY TV today. Yes, ELAY TV. Subscribe. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. 4th grade, the last grade in Thomas White Elementary before I shifted over to middle school. 4th grade was a hoot. 4th grade was a doozy. By that time, I felt my mind was molded, and I was set at least until 6th grade. As far as my mindset, my brain felt hard. It felt firm. My thought processes did, based on what I gathered. At least in 4th grade, thankfully, I had a teacher who was nice. His name was Mr. Madison, and he was a really cool teacher, and I'm just so happy I had him and not the other teacher. So, thank you, Lord, for breathing on me, giving me a break. 4th grade, we had individual desks this time. Thank God. We didn't have to sit in groups. We had our individual little islands. I'm not sure if we had assigned seating I think it became assigned seating after we picked out which desk we personally wanted. And then after that, the seats were cemented as to that's where we would sit. I'm thinking it went like that. I sat, there was the door, I came into the classroom, and then to the left was the wall and window. I sat in the second row from the wall, and the next to last row away from the teacher's desk. Yes! I was so happy. So that alone was a windfall for me. That alone was enough. Whatever came my way that year in 4th grade, I believe I was going to be able to deal with, simply because I had a good teacher. The classroom was decorated, the teacher cared, and I got to sit where I wanted to. That alone was relief. As far as making friends, I had given up that, but was still confused as to why everybody else had them and I didn't. And still confused as to why my parents, mainly my dad, because he was the authority figure in the house, why my dad wouldn't let anybody come over. So maybe if I wasn't torn with the stipulation of my dad really not liking people to come over, maybe I would have tried harder to make friends. So there was a mental block there. Danged if I do, danged if I don't. You know, so putting myself out there on the line would be kind of pointless if I even did let those kids in, because my parents would be like, oh, they can't come over anyway. So another reason why I chose to be quiet, on top of the fact that I did like to be by myself anyways. Excuse me, I have to drink some water, but I do believe that introverts can have achieve friendship. 4th grade, unfortunately, I learned that guys had preferences and what types of girls they would prefer or what they liked. And I don't know why in 4th grade I was introduced to colorism, because it's weird, because the same girls, to my knowledge, from 2nd grade, who spoke to me every once in a while, you know, didn't come at me with that type of yang talk in 2nd grade. But when 4th grade came around, there it was about me talking white or sounding white or acting white or being white, when I actually did start to talk more with the white kids in the classroom. I can't say I probably did change my voice when I got around them. I'm not sure if it was simply to fit in, but I can honestly say I really liked how they sounded when they talked. I liked the tone of their voice. I liked the flow of the words when they came out. I liked that they said every word clearly. I liked that when they spoke, everything came out and I could fully understand what they were saying. I liked that even if maybe they were mad, their voices didn't get raised. But in the same note, I could feel there was a barrier there. I could feel that I was different. There's a difference between being different and going into a social area where you feel different. And it's the kind of feel different where it's icky and uninviting and sad and kind of rude and heartbreaking at the same time. It's not a different like when you're going from college, when you're going from high school to college. This is a different social difference. So I started dealing with those types of feelings too. You guys, elementary, I honestly don't remember learning anything from the textbook. I just remember social stuff. And got a lot of heartbreak, and just opened up a Pandora's box of confusion and self-doubt and feeling unworthy, and at the same time feeling worthy, and being confused as to why people separated themselves like they did, and why couldn't we all just get along, and how come my parents didn't prepare me for a social shock. And I didn't know that there what really was a such thing as poverty and middle class and rich class and good clothes. And I don't remember learning anything in elementary from the textbook. I think they just passed me along because I was simply a nice person, honestly. But from personal experience, introverts do tend to live in their heads a lot. But from my point of view, I don't recall learning too much of anything but social stuff, like real life stuff. So I do confess to talking white, changing the tone of my voice when I got around them. I wanted to fit in. I wanted to be with them. I really liked how they talked. And to this day, I still do. They pronounce every word, and they seem to know grammar really well. And I didn't understand that neither. I can't tell you my grammar struggle was real when we got into learning whatever vowels and pronouns and adjectives and stuff were. I didn't get that to save my life. It was right up there with math. I understood basic math, just like I understood basic English. But when we got to a higher concept of it, my head turned to soup, and it's still like that to this day. Oh, so that was embarrassing. I did befriend a girl. I guess you can say befriend. She lived around the corner from me. And, of course, my mom said it was okay because they were Christian. So that was one of the main reasons I hung out with her. But honestly, it would not have been my preference after learning about some of her mannerisms and tendencies when she simply low-key talked about people who were less than her. I didn't like. And some of the way she made me feel or treated me when she got around her other original white friends. I didn't like the way she would make me feel discontinued or disowned, or like, oh, I wasn't talking to that black girl, I was just helping her tie her shoe. It was more dismissive. So honestly, hanging around her was not by choice or natural design. My mom saw that I needed friends, and I used to whine that I wanted friends, but I wasn't going to put up with just anybody. So hanging around her for as long as I did on the outside looking in made it seem as though we were friends, because people can only go by what they see. And what they saw was that we lived around the corner. I would go to her house and she would come to my house. We would study together. I didn't like studying together because it made me feel more stupid than I realized I already was, according to me at that time, especially when it came to English. I wasn't getting it, and I would have rather had an adult teach me opposed to someone my age, because it just was embarrassing. Because by that time, I'm quite sure she told everybody in her world that I was dumb or probably slow, and at that time I didn't know what slow meant. So hanging out with her, I did not want to. It was a forced friendship or relationship, because every time I told my mom I don't want to hang out with her anymore, she makes me feel like this, she makes me feel like that. When she gets around her other white friends, I don't feel basically valued. I didn't say all those big words, but I didn't feel important. She made me feel different, as if she didn't want to be around me anymore. But it went on like that. But I even have receipts. I didn't even know I had a journal. I have a journal from that time where I wrote that I don't want to talk to her. I don't want her to come over. I don't want to be her friend, and I don't like her, point blank, period. And to this day, I still don't. But that's based on the energy she gave me growing up that I didn't like and I really wanted to get away from. My parents, that was a forced friendship that I did not want, and it went on way too long. I didn't like it at all. It just made me do more internalizing and made me realize that, unfortunately, based on her, white people, at least my age, were not nice, and they really didn't like us, and they saw us differently. Like we were trash or less than. And I felt like that because on the outside looking in, they had a better house, they had pets, they ate dinner together and didn't argue. Their mom and dad seemed happy, they weren't stuffy. She had nice clothes, she had long hair, she had her own bedroom with toys, and it was just like, her room really looked so girly, and I wanted to be girly, and I had no idea that you could obtain this type of level of girliness. But at my house, it was different. We were poor. I didn't have much, and my clothes were raggedy. My mom was, at that time, she lost herself. She wasn't my mom that I used to know before she completely moved in with my dad. She changed. And it was total opposite. I didn't have much. So I really didn't want her coming to our house. It was just embarrassing. I just would have rather been alone. And to this day, I wish I never met her, because meeting her and hanging around all her friends, I just saw life so differently, and it's been embedded into my DNA now, along with all the other DNA crap from my ancestors that I had to deal with. You know, so that's more stuff I have to fight with, and I am dealing with, and I'm writing a book about. But this video here will be kind of an introductory to how and why my views have shaped into the way they have. If I could go back into time, I would not have wanted, I would have wished my mom would have listened to me and had me stop hanging with her and her other friends too, because through that forced friendship, it just crushed me. It crushed my view on how I saw the world completely. It made me realize that my family was terrible, and just because we lived in the suburbs didn't mean diddly squat, because our relationship was piss poor, and we were literally piss poor. And my parents were fake. At least my dad was, so he was leading everything. So he projected to everyone that everything was fine. We had everything we needed. We're living in the suburbs. I have a wife who's gonna keep her mouth shut. I have good kids who are smart. I didn't know that I was a little bit slow. You know, things like that. So I wish I never met her. Or at least I wish my mom didn't drag that friendship along. Because I just didn't like how she talked about people. So I knew she was talking about me. It was very condescending. I learned what that word meant, and that girl was very effing condescending. And that's that. Subscribe and like ELAY TV, yo. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, coming at you live with another video, and I'm talking about 5th grade. Alright, I made it to middle school. In that town, 5th grade started middle school. It was 5th through 8th grade. 5th grade, new school, new building, and I was just a few yards away from my house. You guys, my parents were scary. They were overprotective and like hounds. My house was close. It was like right down the street from the school. And at a good angle from my 5th grade wing. Unfortunately, I could even see my house from middle school from the window upstairs. So it was like their presence was everywhere, all-knowing and unforgiving. So having that in my head, it was kind of hard to wrap my head around just being my own person on top of all the horrific things I put together in my mind growing up so far and gathering about what friendship is and what life was at that time. Making friends in 5th grade, I'm thinking right now, I didn't have any. What's new? I just knew everybody, and I don't even know if I wasn't even checking for that girl from 4th grade. I just wanted to be as far away from her as possible. I wasn't even trying to find her. I could care less. I just didn't want to be around her. So I don't know if she even went to that school in 5th grade or not, but altogether, after a while, yeah, she did go to that school. Her last year there was 6th grade because we ended up having the class together. But in 5th grade, I tried my best to avoid her. I just really didn't care, and I was just nice. It was just nice for me to know that I didn't have to deal with her. So I remember some of the kids were coming to me like, you know, she's here, she's there, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't think I told them like that, but I just, leave me alone. I just don't want to be friends with her. I like my science class, but you can't be friends with a class. But I like my science class and I like my science teacher. And once again, I like my science class and I like my science teacher. But I didn't have any friends. Everybody was pretty much paired up. And since this was a whole new set of rules and a whole new school and everybody was, you know, starting fresh per se, we did get an abundance of brand new kids. Meaning like not that we'd never seen before because they came in from other elementaries, you know, because they aged out and had to go to a middle school. So we were introduced to a whole dream pool of other 5th graders, which I didn't mind because it thinned out the pollution from all the other kids that I was around from 2nd, 3rd, 4th. You know, it thinned that out, so I got to see less of them and got to see new faces. So, you know, I felt relieved. I'm like, good, now they have somebody else's business to go participate in. And maybe that'll make me be more pushed into the shadows. The more kids, the merrier, because the more invisible I'd feel. And I really like that by this time. I didn't like 5th grade, but science class was my favorite. I talked more in 5th grade. And in 5th grade, that's when I learned that there was a such thing as mixed girls. I won't say her name, but I didn't know that there was a such thing I didn't know that there could be 2 races into one to make a different type of person. Well, this girl, she was mixed with black and something, but she was really pretty. And a lot of the boys liked her. I mean, why wouldn't they? So that put a question in my head too. It's like, well, dang, are black people the only people that nobody liked? At least the guys, because she's mixed with black, but she's got a lot of hair like white people. I'm black. I have a lot of hair too. My hair was just as long as the white girls, but it wasn't, to me, pretty. It was braided up and all this, you know how most black girls wear their hair. I honestly didn't care for all that stuff in my hair. Those parts and chunky braids and barrettes and those knocker things. I didn't like that. But my mom did my hair, so, because I would have wanted my hair worn some other type of way. So I was like, gosh. So I started getting into wondering, why do it seem like only black girls have issues with the hair? Why can't our hair look as cool as now the mixed girl and the white kids and the Mexican kids, you know? But I won't really have this be about hair, but that just added to my wonderment and the severance that I yet again caused on myself. Like, well, she could be nice. She was alright. You know, she was, I guess you could say, social butterfly, like most of those kids were, who just talked and was in everybody's business. Like, what you doing? How was your weekend? Can I go here? I'm having a birthday party. You want to come? Things like that. There was birthday parties, but I couldn't go. So I think they kind of got the drift real quick that why even ask her if she can come to my birthday party, because her parents just going to say no. So by that time, I think they finally got it. Why bother messing with her anyways? So the girl was nice, but only to a certain extent, because I didn't feel that what I told her would be safe with her, simply because she just talked a lot and talked to a lot of people, and the way she talked, it seemed like whatever I could have told her in secret could probably accidentally slip out. So I just kept my distance. But she did tell me that some boy in my class did like me, but he said I was just too quiet and too shy and act like a baby. I'm like, well, act like a baby? That was my only concern. I'm like, well, shoot, I'm in 5th grade. How am I supposed to act? Oh, fast. Gotcha. Presto. No, thank you. I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. So that concluded to me that, okay, number one, I don't talk a lot. Fine, I'll take that. I get it. Number two, I forgot what I just said, but number three, I basically act too much like a child. So I'm like, I'm not changing that because I don't know what you're talking about, and the way those girls play, I just simply don't like it. And my parents had nothing to do with that, because if I wanted to run and play with the boys like the girls did, I would have, because they weren't there. But I just simply didn't care for all that picking on the boys and playing around with the boys and, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend stuff. It just wasn't my thing. But I did start liking boys, though. I thought they were cool. But based on the facts given and me being internally realistic with myself and basing on the girls that they did hang around and chase with and play with and actually hold conversations with, I didn't fit the bill. So I knew my place. So I didn't have any friends. Simply because I was very different. 5th grade, I didn't like it. I know that there was a couple of kids who stuck out, who were nice to me, and they all three of them were white. But this time, they didn't have that scary stigma like I experienced in 4th grade. And I will say this one girl's name, because she was so nice. Her name is Annie Gracious, And she was super nice, and she still is. I think I still follow her on Facebook. She was so nice and still is, man. She is the perfect example of how I was expecting my experience to be when I met someone who was white. She was non-judgmental. She told me the truth about myself based on what she saw and what others told me. But it wasn't sassy or aggressive or stank as the delivery from even the mixed girl. Like, oh, they say you too quiet. Or you act too much like a babe. You know, that's why don't nobody want to talk to you. You know, I took what she said with a grain of salt, but her delivery from the mixed girl was like, man, I don't want to talk. I don't want to play with you anymore because I don't like how you talk to me. But with her, Annie, she said the same thing, but it was so nice how she said it. So it was easier for me to really want to dive deeper and internalize myself to see if I wanted to, exert myself out there and maybe chat with people. And it just made me feel, that whole experience made me feel happy. I knew though we weren't going to be able to be friends. It's just something in my core that I knew my parents were going to go against. Why, I don't know, but unfortunately I was right. So all I could do was go home every day and tell my mom how nice Annie was. And she even, she just called me a nickname. She called me Erla, E-R-L-A, based on a story of me telling her that's what my little sister used to call me when she was a baby because she couldn't say my real government name, which is Ursula. So she would call me Erla. So Annie started calling me Erla. Now Annie was so nice. And then the other two people, one was Nick Rosener. He was allegedly a problem child, but he wasn't that bad to me, but teachers thought he was bad. I thought he was a cool kid. He was nice. And then there was another guy who was Caucasian. His name was Jeff. I don't remember his last name, but I talked to him a lot, and he was a boy, and we conversated, and he didn't seem to mind the conversations that we had, and it was about cool stuff that reflected me and what I like to do, like Disney movies or TV shows that were out at that time that were considered childish. We actually sat up there and talked about. And we even talked about regular shooting the breeze stuff, but it flowed out more. I didn't feel anxiety. I didn't feel pressure. And even when he picked on me about my certain social quarrels or whatever, he said it in a way that was joking, but it was true. Because I was just laughing at myself. I was able to laugh at myself when I was with him or Nick or Annie. It was easier to just accept who I was and laugh at it, So I really thank God for those three, and I hope that they have a good life. I pray that they get through life so easy and they get everything they want and need. I pray away all the trouble and hurt and harm that may face them, because those three were precious jewels and nuggets in my life, keeping me from having a mental breakdown too soon, because I've had some of those along the way as I got older and slipping into depressional funks. Those three right there in 5th grade, they were my anchors. They were really nice to me. So I look forward to talking to them when I had a chance. We didn't really sit at tables. We had assigned desks, and it's like every few weeks we rotated desks. So we sat different places. That's what it seemed like to me. So in a way, 5th grade, I learned to accept myself more, learn to laugh at myself, and just live and deal with the fact that hey, this is me. I like to be by myself. It's my comfort zone, and I do want to be friends, and I can find someone who's friendly. It just may take longer, and they are more hidden, and they are jewels. And to just live, love, and learn and love myself, and it really solidified that I'm just me. I really appreciate those three being in my world for such a short period of time. I wish Annie could have come over to my house, but I just didn't want to make another mistake of, I didn't want her to see my world, because I was embarrassed of it, and even of my parents. So I just chose to just tell my mom every day about how cool she was. But I think I made the decision not to invite her over to my house. And I knew they weren't going to let me go over to theirs because I don't know nothing about those people. You know, so I just left it as a school friendship type thing. We didn't hang out every day, but when we did hang out, it was peaceful. Or when we chatted, I should say. You see, even hanging out is too strong, but when we did chat or conversate, it was stress-free. I didn't have anxiety of wondering what she was going to say now. Subscribe and like ELAY TV, yo. Hey, what's going on? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. And we are going to talk about 6th grade. 6th grade. I actually made a friend. Her name is Patrice. Well, Patrice Wings. She was really nice. She was super tall, and she was an aspiring model. I think she wanted to go into acting too. But what made me think so highly of her was because she was like the tallest kid in the class. She was brown. She was really a black girl. She was brown, tall and skinny like a Barbie, and she wanted to be a model, and so she carried herself, I guess, like a model, and she dressed really cool too. And it was funny because she already had a woman's body, like she had boobs and all that stuff. I thought that was like hilarious because I'm like, dog, I thought girls didn't get all that stuff till high school. So that's when I really started learning more about what an early bloomer was. I knew what late bloomers were, but gosh, I got to see what early bloomers were. I'm like, man, I didn't know we could get our lady part so soon. She was already a freaking woman, and she was tall like a teacher. It's really cool. And I'm not too sure how we hooked up to be friends, but I do know we actually were friends. We did hang out after school, like at the library a few times, and she did come over to my house maybe once or twice. I was embarrassed that she was there because my family sucked so bad, and she would really get to see maybe why I am the way I am. I didn't want her to see that, but I mean, she needed to see the exposure. My family was lame. It just felt dead at our house, no energy, and so many rules, and couldn't be loud, and you know, but she did come over. I was embarrassed, and I tried my best to make it as hype as possible when she was at my house, but it was so exhausting trying to do that. And I wanted to talk and have girl talk, but by that time I was so paranoid that my mom was listening, because it seemed like she heard everything in that house. Our walls were completely thin. So it was like, even if I wanted to have girl talk with her, I felt I couldn't be open with her and talk to her about boys or things, because somehow, some way, I knew somehow my mom was going to listen or hear, and I was going to be in a lot of trouble, and I just didn't get that. So even then, I couldn't be myself at home with her or with people who would eventually come over for that reason. It was like she would have the TV off and everything off just to be spying on what I'm saying. And it was like, I wish we could just go outside and talk. But then I was scared to go outside because we had a lot of windows. So no matter where I went, it was like she would be able to hear me. So I was like, I don't think it was paranoia. It just was over precautious for no reason, because they would not let me live. There was one spot in the yard where there were absolutely no windows, because that's where the garage was, and I would rather be there to talk. But I couldn't be over there, because you know what? You can't go over there to talk or play because I can't see you from the window. And I'm like, that's the whole reason I want my company to go over there, because there's absolutely 100% privacy, and you can't hear me or see me. So I was trapped, but she did come over, so I'm thankful for the time she did come over, and she did try to get me out of my box or out of my shell. Lord knows I wanted to, but I was just, I don't know if she knew how, well, I think she did know how deep it was. She got to see that my parents were very controlling and overprotective. So that did cause stagnation into my growth when I was ready to become more mature. I couldn't. They even dictated how I dressed and wore my hair. Well, my mom said she didn't know how to do hair, so I didn't have anybody to teach me to do my hair. So my hair did start looking a little immature, and I was concerned about that. You know, I did want other older looking hairstyles for being in 6th grade, but she didn't know how to do hair, so I was stuck wearing baby hairstyles. That's one thing, but my parents really dictated everything. So I just want to say thanks, Patrice Wings, for sticking it out with me in 6th grade, because you know I was a nice person. They knew of me. Everybody knew of me, knew who I was, but at the same time, had I not already got a reputation for being quiet and odd, you know, and immature per se, far as being a baby or whatnot, but I really didn't have any control over that. I was overly sheltered, so by that time I was, you know, I was kind of behind the 8 ball when it came to evolving and changing and growing up a little. So I had that against me now, wanting to grow, but my parents not letting me, not even a little bit. So I fell behind the learning curve on that aspect now. But at the same time, I started becoming exhausted hanging around her too, because it was just a reflection of what I lacked. Not the woman body part, but just the freedom, you know. So I just started becoming more weary, and I just really wanted to be alone, because it just was like, you know, I found a good friend, but now it's just really hard to be around all that, because it's the exact opposite of what I have, and it grew into more of a depression, because her mom, I think she lived with just her mom and brothers and sisters, but her mother really supported her daughter in what she wanted to do and what she wanted to be, you know. And I would hear her talk about how her mom would help her just reach her dream of aspiring to be a model, and you know, all the things that parents are supposed to do to support their kids, especially if it's something healthy. She got to go out to movies, you know, just normal stuff kids could do. I could not. And I had dreams and aspirations at that time too, a lot of them, but my parents really shot them down. Either because they didn't have the finances, or no, that's not going to pan out in the end financially. You need a real job, or they just didn't want to simply take out time from their schedule to bust me here and there. But mainly it came down to money, or they just didn't feel like it. So that hurt. And I learned that why even tell them anything, because they're going to just say no, or say something about they don't have the money for it. So I just wanted to find a way to end that friendship, because it just was depressing. because I didn't have anything to work with, and I didn't have anything to go home to look forward to. I was not jealous of her, insecure, envious, or anything. And just, you get tired of watching the white people play all the time and run around and have fun, and knowing when you go home, you're going back to bullshit and beans and franks for dinner every day. It just gets a little exhausting, especially as a child when there's not much you can do about it. But just wait till you get older so you can get a job and make your own money and buy your own things, and then eventually get the hell out of there. That's all I had. That's all I had. And that was brewing in me from, I swear, 4th grade till I graduated. I can't wait to grow up, get a job, and get the hell out of here. That was my only saving grace that got me through, because I didn't even know I was depressed. I just knew I was sad all the time on the inwardly, because I just really started realizing things. I just didn't want friends anymore, but I was a good friend. I was a good friend, and I am a good friend, but I prefer not to have any, simply because it was exhausting, a burnout, humiliation, and I just didn't want it. I didn't want to find out anything else. I didn't want to discover anything else about my family or myself that we were lacking, that was considered really normal to the regular world. We really did things different in our house, and I grew up thinking that it was normal and okay. But when we moved out to the suburbs, it was not okay. It's like, oh, I just didn't want to learn anything else like that. It was too much for me already. I didn't like school like that. I only liked it because it got me out of the house. 6th grade, I think I made friends with another girl too. She was nice and we talked a lot. It's just for 3 days, and I think it only happened. We only started talking a lot because it was because the class went on a field trip. I think maybe they went to some nature camp, and I didn't want to go. And I'm surprised my parents listened to me on that. I didn't want to go to a nature camp. And I think it was a 3-day thing, or maybe an all-week thing. So honestly, the only reason we hung out in gym class a lot was because there wasn't anyone else there. The people and the girls she would normally hang out with, they were going to the field trip. So it was just me and her, literally in the gym class. She was really nice, and I was glad I got to know her, but in the back of my head, it was like, you wouldn't even been talking to me, or you wouldn't even known that I was actually a nice person and could talk and was fun and easy to just pour out your feelings on, had you went to the field trip with everybody else. So in the back of my head, I was like, I don't even want to be friends with you, even though you are nice and have fun, because when they come back, this is over. So when everybody came back, I disconnected from her, just like, bam, just like that. Because it was pointless to me. I already wrote her off. And she would wonder, even in high school, she's like, we used to be so close. We used to hang out. We used to be tight. And in my head, I'm like, only because all your friends were at the field trip is why you had no other option but to talk to me. It was just me and her in gym class. So when your friends came back, I cut you off because you wouldn't have even been talking to me in the first place had it not been any other way around. But I didn't tell her that. I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to. So that was the closest thing to I had as a second friend. But Patrice Williams, I'll say by name, because she was actually nice and really wanted the best for me. But she saw that I had a cloud covering me because it was simply my parents not letting me have a voice of my own, or to do things, or be a girl, or be free. So I knew eventually we were going to grow apart anyways, because she was more mature anyways. She just was. So, and my parents wouldn't even let me go over there simply because they were like, "Oh, she's a little bit too mature for you. I don't want you going over there. Oh, she's got brothers." I'm like, "What does that mean? She's got brothers." I'm like, "What do you mean by that?" You know, the tone that they would say. I'm like, "What do you mean she's got brothers?" "I just don't want you going over there because she got older brothers." I'm like, my parents are so stupid. I wish they would clarify. And when I would try to get answers or try to find the right words, "Don't you talk back to me. I said no." I'm like, okay, I just don't know what you mean by you can't go over there. She got brothers, older brothers. I'm like, okay, so I got older sisters. I wasn't getting it, you know. So I couldn't go over there. So I just chose to just bow out gracefully and wean myself away from her too, simply because of that. I hated 6th grade, hated 5th grade, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd grade. That's all I got, man. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye. Three, two, one, let's get it. Hey, it's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy though. And now I'm talking to you about 7th grade. Okay, now we're downstairs in the middle school, because there's an upstairs where it will hold 5th graders and 6th graders. Downstairs, you know, we stepped it up a notch. You know, big kids now. Hey, pull-ups, grown. 7th grade. Okay, so I can say I actually started to develop or cultivate an actual friendship. It was a little shaky though, but what isn't, I suppose, and that's my logic coming from a background of doubt, uncertainty, strict rules, discipline, sheltered life, things of that nature. So those were the terms and the guises I was going off, which were poor examples, but I did the best I could. I ended up making good friends, I can say that, with 2 girls. They both went to the same church, so I was like, great. They're already paired off. Why can't I just have one friend where the other one don't already have a history built with someone else? But what made me not deter from them too quickly was the fact that at least they were decent. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without saying any names, because I do know both girls' names. I remember both of their names. And we did hang out together, us 3. But for the most part, 7th grade, I believe that's where we all started to hang out together. Now, the confusing part with me, because apparently I didn't pay attention to a lot of stuff. So it was me and another girl. Oh boy, she was tall and skinny and light skinned. The other one was about my height. I'm 5'3" now, so she was probably 5'3" too, 5'3" or 5'2". Either way, we both were the same height, you know, in middle school. So let's just say 5'3", both were 5'3", and she was really cool too. Boy, the tall light-skinned girl said she knew me from elementary. I knew of her, but I never hung around her because she was already paired up with some other girl. They were already best friends. But the thing is, when her best friend moved that's the only reason I assume she started hanging out with me, because she was in desperate need of someone else, a replacement. So I kind of was standoffish about that, because I'm like, in elementary you were friends with her, though that was your ace boo coon, you were road dogs, you friends for life, and she moved away. So that's history. So once again, I feel like just a replacement, another filler, you know. So that's how I felt about it. So the tall, light-skinned girl introduced me not only to herself again, because I could barely remember her, honestly, because we didn't have the same classes, and we didn't have the same class in elementary, so I hardly hung around her. I didn't even know she had other sisters. That's how much I really cared. I didn't keep up with her, but apparently she was checking me. But that's how those girls did, was in everybody else's business but their own. So that's just how I looked at her. But she seemed nice enough. And the other girl she brought along was a brown-skinned girl. I thought she was pretty and cute. So just leave it at that. And she had a really funny voice. She talked real Southern, and I didn't know what Southern meant, I don't think, until I was told what that was meant, you know. But yeah, she was a really nice girl. So I think honestly she may have saved the friendship as far as me wanting to even be around them, simply because the brown skinned girl she had some humor. She had a really good sense of humor. I thought that was awesome. It kind of matched mine. So we hung out a lot, we laughed a lot. There was a lot of things I just felt a little uncomfortable talking about, because, you know, once again, I was in a closed family where we couldn't do anything. It was strict, very controlling, overbearing, even to the point where it started to alter my thought processes outside of how I would handle myself when I was away from my parents, for fear of them finding out that maybe I could have possibly done something wrong, said something wrong, or hanging out with the wrong people. It was that bad. So for whatever reason, they always seemed to find out stuff about me that just didn't make sense. So I still tried to struggle through with what seemed like a good friendship. So we hung out together, us three, and everybody started knowing us as the three girls who hung out. But still, it loomed over me, of course, that I kind of was the third wheel, because those two girls, the tall, skinny girl and the brown girl with the fluffy black hair, they both went to the same church. So that meant they still were going to spend more time together with me, have more memories and dull secrets, because they went not only to the same school but to the same church. And then on top of that, their mom, you know, their moms already built a new relationship. So once again, third wheel in, I was going to have to build a relationship with them, and then my mom was going to have to build a relationship with those two women, and I wasn't sure how my mom was going to mesh well with their moms, you know, because my mom is boring, because she sacrificed her authentic cool self for the man who is my father. So, you know, she really changed a lot. So I wasn't sure how well that was going to go. But apparently it went over well, because those two women went to church and loved the Lord. Oh, gosh. It's pitiful how my dad operated. So we did hang out. We had a lot of fun together. And I honestly preferred the brown girl with the fluffy hair more so than the tall skinny girl. I did. Even though the tall skinny girl, what I liked about her is we looked alike. We both were like the same color, and we both were super duper pretty. Like, we could have been sisters. And that's the only thing I liked about it. Outside of that, I kind of wish I could have just been friends with the brown girl with the fluffy hair, because she was just really herself, more authentic. She had soul, you know, wholesome. But I know there was no way in Hades I was gonna split them up, because that's just not my style. But I wish I could. If I had my way, I would have picked the other girl in a heartbeat. She was just really kind and funny. And even though we did not look alike, she could have been my sister, like in my soul. And that is better than outward appearance of looking like sisters. At this point, you know, I was just really wishing I could have my own family outside of my alleged biological family, because I felt like an outcast within my family. So at that point, I just was really looking for someone who looked like me so I can kind of feel like I was a part of something else, which that was pretty much it. But I would have chose the brown girl, the dark brown girl with the fluffy hair over the other girl any day. But you know, she came with the package, so I took both of them. Then the light-skinned tall girl had a whole bunch of sisters. They were cool too. But at that point, you know, I didn't want to hang around too many people because I felt crowded and overwhelmed and too much talking and too much to keep up with. But at the same time, it was fun. But also at the same time, I felt isolated because everybody knew each other and planned things. And of course, I wasn't included because they were talking about things that they did on the weekend or at their church or in the past. So I had no choice during those times mostly but to sit and listen. So I had no choice but to be quiet, and that was probably understandable. So it was a burden feeling a part of something, but not of it, you know, in it but not of it. It was still sad. And I kind of just wanted to let it all go. But I knew I would probably be selling myself short, so I just pushed through it for that entire year and hung on to the good parts of it and wished for something more. I do have a few good memories out of there though, so I am thankful for that. I can't say that much for sure, but we weren't best friends. I tried it though. I really tried it. I even used to write it in letters. When I passed letters around to the tall skinny girl, I would put like best friends forever or something, or your everlasting sister. But it didn't feel right. But I tried it. I really wish that it could have been like that. But in my heart, I wasn't feeling it. It just was something there. I mean, she was already established with a friend in elementary, and that was her best friend. And heaven knows if she didn't move away, she wouldn't even be talking to me like that. You know, it would be pointless. So here we go again. Those were the thoughts that I had in my mind. It's like, why can't I just find somebody who wants to hang out with me and not be the last resort? Or, well, since my friends aren't here anymore, I guess I'll hang out with the next best thing. So I really did try to become best friends with her, but I wasn't feeling it. And I really tried to force it. I was really trying to give this a benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm just selling myself short. Maybe I should just keep trying or pushing forward or talking or reaching out or communicating. I just wasn't feeling it. You know, you're not supposed to force anything, not when it comes to relationships. Just like you can't force anyone to love you. You can't force a friendship to happen. But she was good company. They were good company. Kinda. Yes and no. It helped the year go by faster, I can say that. So I'm thankful for that. And I actually have more good memories in 7th grade opposed to bad. I've had some bad memories too that helped also shape my identity and how I viewed the world, and how as I got older, how boys were really starting to turn into young men because of their mindsets from liking girls to actually liking their body parts and actually wanting to do stuff with them sexually. It really changed. So I definitely didn't want to be around them anymore like that, because, you know, you just grow up. So I really was like, dang, all I've got are these 2 girls, because the guys are really, you know, they're growing on their own, and I don't want to be a part of that because they're on a whole nother level now as far as discussions. And I felt trapped. I really did. It seemed like everybody was going so fast and I couldn't catch up. I couldn't even get on the train. I wasn't even at the station. I was on the yard. You know how you have a train station? I wasn't even on the platform. I was like in the grass way before you get to the station. You know, it was in my view, but 30 minutes away from actually touching the property. You know, I was so slow thanks to my upbringing. I was my growth stunted far as evolving socially. It stunted really bad. I was underdeveloped, and it showed in my skills of actually, you know, making friends. I just had a lot of blind spots and things I just didn't know how to say, or what to say or talk about, because I haven't experienced them or just didn't go anywhere. So I can just say my 7th grade year with friends was awkward, fun, unique, character building. I learned that I didn't want to hang out with the boys like that, but I really wish that the boys weren't talking about girls' butts and breasts and having sex with them, because, you know, it just was like, man, I can't hang around that anymore, because that's all they talk about, and they really wanted to just, it really turned into a guy thing now, but that's life. So it felt, you know, like I lost a friend per se, a potential friend and a boy, because time brings about a change. So here I go. I had no choice because life was life. So I stayed hanging out with the girls. But if I found a boy who probably was slow in development like me, I would have probably just hung out with him, like as a good friend or something. But hey, to each his own. That's life. 7th grade wasn't too bad. I did meet one guy friend. He was really cool. Oh my gosh, he was cool. His name is Deontay Simon, but I think he was dating one of the girls that I hung out with. So I just naturally, respectfully kept my distance. But he would have been a great friend to hang out with. To each his own. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye. Three, two, one. Hey, what's up, world? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy though. Took a pause for a quick minute because I had to swallow down some water, yo. Oh, 8th grade was awesome because it signified the last year of being considered a baby, and the next year signified that we were going into high school, our final steps towards going to adulthood and freedom. 8th grade was my most popular year so far, according to me. I actually talked more. I tried to even do my hair differently. I really got into the game of really trying to fight for my authenticity, my individuality, my young womanhoodness. You know, I really tried. We got a lot of hand-me-downs growing up. And we shopped at like the Kmart where they had layaways. Back then, going to Kmart still was bad. We got clowned a lot. So you know how that is. And the clothes back then at Kmart, it was hit or miss too. Some of them weren't all that good, because, you know, they just didn't look good. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, you're shopping at Kmart, period. No, most of the clothes, they just didn't have a lot of flair or style. Kmart really started jumping like in the late 90s. No, not early 2000s. Like, you know, around that time, they actually started having more fashionable clothes where the clothes actually fit on you, and then fit on you like a tent or a sack of potatoes. It's like they really started tailoring their clothes to actually fit people's bodies. So in 8th grade, we got a lot of hand-me-downs, or we got clothes put on layaway from Kmart. So I didn't have many clothes, honestly. But I started really trying to learn how to match things together. My older sister kind of taught me how to do that. But I still had my weird flair, though. Naturally, I just dress a little offbeat anyways. Even today, I dress a little off. But, you know, at least it's something that I would like. It's something that I would want. I would feel confident and cool in. Oh boy, 7th grade, I really tried to have my mom help me do something different with my hair. I think my sister even got involved with me in 7th and 8th grade because she saw that my mom don't know how to do hair, and I needed some help and I needed to learn. It just was a mess because my sister was pretty much grown, so she was in and out of the house. Like, she had a car and work and stuff, so she was hardly ever there. So it's not like we actually had to sit down and powwow time so she could actually teach me how to do something with my hair. It was quick, in and out, do this, in or out. Or she would like braid my hair. But it was so detailed, I didn't even know how to do that. I hadn't even learned how to braid hair to the scalp, so I'm like, how in the world I'm going to learn how to do this anyway still? So there was no time. So I was kind of stuck. But I really did try. I didn't, to no avail though. I ended up just wearing 2 ponytails pretty much for the rest of the year. And that was so babyish, but I had no choice because I didn't know how to do my hair. And the 2 girls I was hanging around, they did not have a lot of hair, and they were getting their hair relaxed. So it wasn't nothing they can do for me. So I was embarrassed because, you know, their hair always looked nice, and I'm walking around here with long hair down my back, but it's in 2 stupid, really baby ponytails because gosh, I barely know how to braid decent. And I couldn't get my hair relaxed. So that was that. But I still felt more comfortable into myself though, because once again, it is what it is. I'll do my best because there's nothing I can't hide from myself. But at the same time, I still felt lonely and miserable because I wanted to be so much more. I knew I could be so much more. I could be more sociable because that's just me. But I couldn't, and I really was ready to really start getting out there and talking to people. I was actually ready now to, you know, I guess I was a social. I just wasn't ready yet, apparently, you know. But in 8th grade, I felt ready to start mingling and getting out there, but I couldn't because, you know, gosh. So I just did the best I could with what I had, but that wasn't very much because I was still hearing the same things. You know, guys were checking for me, but I dressed like a kid, act like a kid, wore my hair like a kid, was too quiet. They thought I was too shy. I'm like, I'm not shy. I just have strict parents and I can't do anything, and I'm scared if I do anything wrong, they're going to find out. It's just, I was sheltered. And that wasn't me. So it was like nobody got to really see the real me ever. Growing up from in school. They think they know me, but that isn't really me. It's just someone who was living in a hellhole and on lockdown mentally and physically. So all you saw was a repressed person, I guess you could say. And that's sad. 8th grade, I felt isolated still, even though I was social and talked to guys and the girls. It just felt like it was nothing there because I really didn't have anything to offer but a small conversation, because I wasn't going to be able to hang out with any of them after school or go over to their house, and they sure couldn't come to mine. and boys couldn't call me on the phone even if it was just for good conversation. And if I did want to talk to the girls, my mom and dad would spy on my conversations, and I couldn't close the door for privacy because my dad didn't want the door closed. Yeah, so it was like I couldn't even talk on the phone even if I wanted to, period. So I had too many restrictions. So my social life was a bust, even if I really wanted to get deep into it. Once again, Deontay Simon, he was really cool too, but I still think he was talking to the girl I was hanging out with off and on. So out of respect, I just chose to limit myself around him because, that's what you're supposed to do if you have a boyfriend, and if someone's a boyfriend and a girlfriend, there's a code. I knew that there was a code before I knew of a code. I'm like, well, she's talking to him. Why would I spend so much time talking to him? Because that's just rude. So I made sure to keep my distance, and that was that. But even though us two girls hung out together, I still was in the same place, still feeling like an outcast because, during summer we didn't hang out, and I knew that those two girls' bonds were going to be increased because they would go to the same church, sing in the choir, have a little bit more of a history, and were able to do more things, and their families actually seemed more in tune. I'm really thinking about eighth grade. We had a field trip where we went to this place called Kokomo's, which is like a country-fied Dave and Buster's in our town. Well, I used to live in Saginaw, Michigan, so Kokomo's is like a country-fied Dave and Buster's. And the 8th grade class field trip was held there for like our final field trip before we ventured off to high school. And I didn't want to hang out with the tall, skinny girl. That was just my preference. I pretty much had enough of her. It wasn't going anywhere, and we kind of grew apart some more simply because she was basically, growing up. That's where I wanted to be too, but I couldn't because of limitations from household upbringing. So I just distanced myself from her for real and intentionally by saying I'd rather just, hang out by myself, which I did. I preferred that more so because a lot of the things she wanted to do, I didn't, like hang around the popular guys. Heaven knows I thought they were attractive and I would have loved to have dated them, but that wasn't going to work because, hey, they already said it was too quiet and too this and too that, and I knew that too. So she wanted to, run around with them, and I just didn't. It was exhausting, and then they talked a lot, and I just didn't understand what the excessive talking was about. So I just started to separate myself from her, and she used to wonder, like, what's wrong with you? And it was basically, I really prefer to be alone. I didn't give her all those elaborate details because it would have taken too long. And to me personally, I felt it was none of her business because we weren't that close anyways. According to my standards, I don't know about hers, and I didn't care because I wasn't feeling it. I was just really trying to hope it worked, but it just wasn't. It just felt like another forced thing. And it wasn't worth just having someone to be around neither. I don't think the other girl came along. I really don't. So that field trip was kind of lonely, but nice at the same time because I was starting to set myself into the way I should go according to what made me feel most comfortable out of two sad burdenful situations. Burden-filled situations. So I started making a standing my ground in 8th grade. I don't know if she got the memo or not, outside of the fact that I'm acting strange or funny. In my head, I'm like, what's new? Because you always thought I acted strange or funny, along with everyone else. So it wasn't worth my time to explain myself, because I honestly didn't feel like wasting the rest of my last field trip conversating about something when I already made my decision. And it wasn't nothing worth fighting for. We didn't have enough memories to be fighting over staying friends. She was better off in her own world, and I was better off in mine. And I don't have any regrets to that day. I am thankful for that. I had fun, yes and no, when I was with them. But once again, it just was like more bitter than sweet. More of an antagonizing thing than anything. So 8th grade came and went. I knew I was ready to just grow up, but couldn't. And I saw everybody actually growing up more into their own, and I really physically felt behind. I saw the distance. I saw the severance. It was just like day and night. That part hurt really bad. That hurt real bad, because I wanted to evolve too, and just grow up. Oh wow. That was just a really hard feeling. People thought I was just innocent. It's not like I want to be a hoe. I just couldn't be myself and give, be more like how I am on YouTube, sharing and just really being crazy in a good way and stuff like that. I wasn't able to, because I was just scared all the time. So my parents always, I don't know, they just always found out what I said, or always wondered why I questioned my level of happiness if I was having a good day at school, or everything was negative or turned around to be something of the devil. So it stagnated my social butterfly skills. It really suppressed them and made me, and it projected me out to be a nice, quiet person. I'm naturally nice, but I would not have been that quiet. It's just life caused me to be forced into a mold that was completely not myself. And now, unfortunately, that's how people see me. And now when they see me now, they're like blown back, like, oh, you've changed. I'm like, I was really pretty much like this, but you just don't know how much hell I went through. Oh Lord, I think I'm about to wrap this one up. Hey, ugly! Yo, if you tired of looking at ugly people on social media, swing on over to ELAY TV. You'll be delighted and fulfilled. Oh my gosh, is that a cow burning? Don't look back, run away. Oh, if you subscribe to ELAY TV, I can guarantee you your quarantine horrors will be lifted up by my elevated excitement. Subscribe to ELAY TV today. Yes, ELAY TV. Subscribe. Two, three, one. Hey, it's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy though. 9th grade in full effect. I have officially entered high school, and I am on my way to adulthood. I am officially a young adult per se. Ninth grade was cool. It was a nice change of scenery and environment. I must say I was nervous about it though. I mean, geez, it was a big change, a big difference. I think what I was more nervous about was just really letting go and being myself and submerging myself into the freedom of knowing that I was around bigger kids, and I mean, this was it. I liked how ninth grade really separated everybody. I mean, if folks didn't change in 8th grade, like how I felt the change naturally internally to just really want to grow more and evolve, people were really feeling themselves then. Amongst the nerves of being, freshmen, but just stepping into the fact that, yo, this is the last 4, man. You're either with it or you're not, because there's no more school after this. It's basically you're on your own. People really came into their own more so in ninth grade than anything, and I loved it because it really put a severance there with a lot of people, a distance. The popular kids that were popular to us in our circle had to start all the way from the bottom and work their way back up to being a part of the school populace, because there were other people running the show now, big dogs, and I love that there was more superior people over us, opposed to the people we grew up with and the cliques and stuff, and who was popular amongst our class of 2002. There was someone else that was better than them, per se. It was just even the playing field so everybody could build their own rapport to start their own identity over again. With me, I still was the same, so nothing changed too much except for the fact that I was fighting for my soul independence from both of those girls. It took a little while, but I believe in 9th grade I officially made it official. It was either 9th grade or 10th grade. I don't know. That's a shame. It's been so long. I want to say 9th grade or 10th grade. During lunch, it had to be 9th, when the tall skinny girl was waiting for me for lunch. Because the other girl had second lunch or something like that. So the tall light-skinned girl was like, hey, I'm waiting for you for lunch, basically. And I just told her, hey, I'm going to go to lunch by myself. We were by the bathrooms. And she was like, what? What's wrong? And I'm like, here we go again in my head. How come people just can't respect what I want sometimes? But I was like, because I just want to be alone. Which is true. I just want to be by myself. Took her a minute to get it. And apparently she didn't know what was wrong with me. Apparently, how could someone so nice not want to eat with me? That's the only conclusion I could figure she was thinking, because it's like she just was dumbfounded why I was rejecting her. But you had to respect the fact that I wanted to be alone. So she backed off and went to lunch, and oh my gosh, that felt so good. It was a relief. I was a little nervous because I was more nervous about the fact that this was going to turn into some type of unnecessary back and forth. I just didn't want that. And also was nervous and exhausted a little bit over the fact that I even had to say it again. But that was that. And we quit eating lunch together. I just couldn't. Our social differences, what was the last straw with me was, one day we were walking somewhere together. I don't know what period of class it was, but it was after lunch. And she was talking to me about her so-called friend that she knew way longer than me, the brown-skinned girl with the fluffy hair. She was talking about her in such a way. Now, this was more than a few times I caught her starting to start talking about her so-called friend on the side of her mouth. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I thought that was her friend. Why would she be talking about her outer appearance and her personal life to me? in a way that was rude. So I didn't address this to the tall, light-skinned girl. It just made me feel like I had to vomit on the inside, because I'm like, I'm more loyal to the dark brown girl with the fluffy hair than you are to her. And I haven't even been around her that much. You've been around her for years, and the way you're talking about her to me behind your back, and it's been more than once. But this last time I couldn't stomach it anymore. I thought maybe she was gonna change. I got sick and I had to separate myself from her, because I'm like, if she's talking about that girl so bad, heaven knows she's talking about me too, but probably worse, because I had a lot of things people could talk about me about. You know, I could. A lot of people could talk about me, and probably were talking about me, all having a field day about how I dressed, how I act, how I was this and that, you know, Lord knows what. So that was the last straw. I was like, I'm done with her. So I had to take a stand, because that girl was draining me. I had no idea that there was a such thing as people emotionally draining, but she was. It's just something wasn't right with her that didn't sit well with me. And it wasn't about no over religious stuff. I called that shot to separate myself from her. Because my parents really liked that I was around people who was of the Lord, apparently. But I caught that shot on my own, because I know she was mean to that girl, and she was so nice. I didn't have nothing good coming. And I didn't want to be talking about her behind her back neither, just for us to possibly get closer, because that's not what friends do. So because I thought about it, I'm like, nope, she's not even worth it. Just because we look alike don't mean I should accept her as my friend or keep hanging around her. Heaven knows I wanted a real sister to hang around and a friend, but not at this cost. So I cut ties with her. I officially stood my ground that day, and if she didn't get it then, I don't know what it was going to take. It probably would have been a fight, because I couldn't say it any clearer than that. I don't want to eat with you, and I don't want to eat lunch with you. That was 9th grade. First day of school, 9th grade. I don't want to hang out. I don't want to eat with you. I want to eat by myself. She went her way. I went on in the bathroom, got myself together, and then I went and exercised using my off-campus privileges, and I went to Taco Bell, and I ordered me something. First day of school, already. I think it was the first day of 9th grade. I just know it was the first day of school in high school. And, it was already a humdinger. A cloud of depression already started, because in my head, I knew how the rest of the year was going to be. It was going to be awkward for a minute. And I don't know what she was saying. Because, people were going to ask, why aren't y'all hanging out together? You guys are always together. In my mind, we were always together, but it was more of a tolerability on my end than a want. Because we just didn't click. We didn't click. We were opposites, man. We just didn't click. She was competitive. I wasn't. I was into boys, but not like how she was into boys. She liked to sing, I did too, but not as much as she did. She liked to gossip, I didn't. She just acted like the typical type of girl that I just don't care to be around. And that's it, but I tried, and thanks for your friendship and your friends and your sisters, but that was just a turning point where I saw I didn't fit in there anymore. I didn't really want to have anything to do with that. That it was more a chaotic thing than anything, because our personalities had panned off differently. They lined up and now they were turning. I was going left and she was going right, and it was just too much of a divide to just hold on to. So I didn't. So thus began my official lonely road as an outsider in high school, and boy did I love it. I was glad I took a stand, and I like being a friend to others opposed to just looking for a friend. Eventually the girl and I would say hi and bye, but that's all I really wanted to limit it to. I didn't really want it to be more than that because the energy was too staticky. I just didn't like it. It was like, frenemies. Before there was a term frenemies, that's how it was. The energy was coming off from her. Her energy was like more of a frenemy. And with me, I just solely wanted the cleanliness of a friendship. And so, as you can see, that's not gonna work. That's just not gonna work. That's just not how it's going to work. It was more like that. Her energy, she wanted to be a friend of me, but not a real friend. And I wanted to be a real friend. And that's the energy I was feeling. That was the opposition I was feeling with that girl. But I didn't have the words at that time to describe what it was, because frenemy and stuff didn't start coming out till way after we graduated. But that's the perfect word. I don't want to be a friend with a frenemy. It's toxic, and that's what she was. And I don't even know if she knew it or not. But I separated myself, and I'm glad I did. And I still to this day would just say hi and bye, but that's it. That's all I got. I don't even want to say that anymore. I'm done completely. Thank God. I am who I am. It is what it is. So 9th grade, I took a stand for myself and chose to be a loner and just be a friend to others and keep to myself and be proud of it. Thank you, Jesus, for giving me that strength. Yes, I cried. I had a lot of days where I cried at night because I was lonely. Not saying the path that I took would be easy, but nonetheless, it was my own personal choice. I had no idea I was suffering from depression either. I didn't know that. Because, stuff like that don't fly in our house. Not in the house of God. And daughter of mine sad. That's just the devil. What, you up to something? Why you always sad? So I had to pretend a lot to be happy. I know in school I was happy and sad at the same time. A lot of the reasons I was happy was because I was out of the house. The house was a hell. It was depressing. So I was happy to be around a different environment. But in that environment, I still felt isolated and alone. So I was constantly feeding that depressive cloud because I was at home. It was super depressive, double depressive. But when I went to school, it was still depressive. So that depressive state never left me. It still followed me. I had no idea I was dealing with depression until, unfortunately, I was 35 years old. That's a whole nother video, man. I started learning about me way too late in the game, man. That's all I can say. And a lot of stuff was hidden from me that I honestly had no clue of. So all I can say is I love my husband and I'm glad he stayed by my side through all of this stuff, and he got to see for himself hands-on how my upbringing really altered the way I view everything now. My husband is super cool. I'm thankful I have him. So let's say 9th grade was awesome. I stood up for myself. I don't regret that at all. If I could go back in time just to watch that moment over, I would, because that was one of the most proudest moments in school, one of them, that I could say that altered my path to help me be more firm in choosing friends and standing my ground. That laid a good foundation. So if anything, I'm thankful that I ran into a friend of me, because it helped lay down a really good path of foundation for me to know how to say I don't have to tolerate being around people just to fill a void of loneliness. I'm just going to be lonely and live with it and make the most of it, because it's way more healthier than hanging around bullshit and making my life even that much more complicated, when in the end they don't even like you like that anyways. I'm out. Subscribe and like ELAY TV, yo. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Getting to the end of the Introvert series. And now I'm just gonna do a light coat over a couple of slumber parties that I was actually permitted to, allowed to go to during my time during, like, you know, pre-K through my senior year. I think I was only permitted to go to 2 out of the many that I was invited to. So, and the only reason I got to go to those is because my dad gave me the stamp of approval, meaning that it was okay according to his standards that I could go, because those people were quote unquote godly people. And I'm like, oh God. My first slumber party, I think they both happened when I was in middle school, and I think maybe my 8th grade year, I think I got to go to 2 of them. So I only had definitions of what they would be like or what they were supposed to be like via TV and Babysitter's Club. That comes to mind. Babysitter's Club and how girls were supposed to act. And now, I'm not the one, you know, I wasn't the one who was interested in doing the nail polishing and fingernail polishing together. To this day, I think that's kind of idiotic, because, like, why would I want to go with someone else and get my nails polished? I don't need you around for that. But I like the overall fact that there was a bunch of girls hanging out together. I already made up in my mind, based on the stereotypical things that girls were supposed to do at slumber parties, that I wasn't going to participate, but I would still involve myself by not being a bump on the log, but just happy to be there. You know, I would have found some makeshift way to just figure out a way to enjoy myself. But I already knew the odds were stacked against me, whether or not I was ever going to go to a slumber party or not. I knew I wasn't going to get into trouble. I knew that girls did get into mischief, because that's what they do. Mischief meaning probably playing like truth or dare games. So, like, trouble meaning something stupid like, I dare you to go outside and walk around the block all by yourself. You know, the things that were mischievous to us that are kind of innocent now, but just things like that. Or I dare you to go put shaving cream on your sister's face while she's sleeping. Or I dare you to take this Sharpie and draw on your dad's face like fake eyebrows. You know, things of that nature. I still wouldn't have done it, but it wasn't bad things that people do from, like, at college. Now that's a whole nother ball of wax. So I knew it couldn't have been that bad. So I did get to go to 2, and I didn't like them. I thought they were boring, but I was just glad to get out of the house and to just have some experience. I can't say that they were boring to me, but I still enjoyed being there. I can't say that. I did like the preparation work, like, because both slumber parties were tailored and factored around a birthday party. So it was a birthday party / slumber party. So I did enjoy the prep work prior to the slumber party shopping for presents. Now that was fun. Now I do enjoy shopping for gifts for others because that is just so fun. So I did enjoy that, and bringing the gift over and keeping my word because I said I would attend, and I attended. That's what I really enjoyed about it. Just fulfilled the fulfillment fact that I did want to go, and I participated as far as bringing a really thoughtful gift and being there because I filled out my RSVP card and I went. I think I like the responsibleness of fulfillment outside of just actually enjoying the party. But I'm glad I was able to go, and that's about all I have to say about that. I can probably go into the things they did, and they were the actual stereotypical things. Like, I'm thinking of both slumber parties together, and they both mirrored in the same. It was a lot of girls, so I knew it was going to be a lot of talking, so that was no surprise. My only dread was the fact that I didn't want them to involve me in anything. I'm like, you already know I'm quiet, so don't pressure me into trying to get involved in your conversation. You know that whatever you guys have to say in secret sharing time moments that I'll never tell my parents, you already know I'm not going to say anything, and to this day I haven't said anything. So why don't you guys just vent out your secrets and let me just get my popcorn or my bag of Fritos or whatever I brought, and just let me enjoy listening, because now that was good entertainment, just listening to those girls' stories. I can tell you this much. It's a shame that poor parenting caused us as girls to experience and endure so many unfortunate pitfalls in life. I can't say that much. So, being that I'm a parent now, you know, I'm learning, and I've learned that, oh boy, you gotta give your kid a little bit more leniency. Strengthen up that loose don't have the leash so tight. Slumber parties though, overall, I did get invited to a lot of them, but they already knew from jump that I wasn't going to be able to go, so they didn't ask me, so I didn't feel excluded. It was just a thing that the student body knew as we grew up together, that, well, she can't go anywhere, so why even bother asking? I got used to that, but it still was a hard pill to swallow, because that meant there wasn't anything that was less and less of stuff I was able to socialize with or connect with. I didn't have anything to connect with my peers with, simply because I was excluded by force and not by choice. It would have been different if I chose not to. There was a lot of things in life that I just didn't take interest in, but I wouldn't have said no to, because I knew that getting out there would have helped. No different from the slumber party. I foresaw that it was going to be boring as HE double hockey sticks, but I would not have denied it. Yeah, I knew that getting out in the world would have been refreshing for me, and also it would have helped me have more conversations outside of my family, So I'm not that stuffy when it comes to mingling. I do know that it is important to get out there. Oh, let's see here. What else can I say about the slumber parties? Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. They talked a lot. That was a given. They shared war stories and secrets and, pinky swear stuff that you're not supposed to tell everyone else. I didn't. I just listened and I learned stuff. Or it just confirmed things that I already knew. We ate food and watched a movie. I know at one slumber party, oh yeah, that's when I first watched Congo, with that monkey that went around biting everybody and getting people sick, like how COVID-19 is, except it's with bats. we watched Congo, and I thought that was exciting because I heard a lot of hoopla and hype going around about that movie when it first came out. So when it hit home, hit home meaning like available on VHS, because VHSs were all we had back then. We watched it. I was highly disappointed because the movie was not that good. I was so ticked off. I'm like, everybody was talking about, oh girl, did you see Congo? It was good. When I first saw it, I'm like, you guys overhyped it. So I overexpected, So when you guys hyped the movie so much, I was expecting all that hype, but it wasn't. So honestly, it wasn't until recently this year, maybe 2 days ago, since I watched it again. So that was 8th grade. So my gosh, that was probably like 25 or 30 years ago since I've seen that movie. But when I saw it again in today's time, which is about 2 days ago with my husband, it was actually good because I was in a different frame of mind and I wasn't in that moment where people overhyped the movie. So yeah, it's a good movie now, but back then they were hyping it up like it was Scarface or something. Now Scarface is a good movie. That's the kind of praise they were giving Congo. So I'm like, hey, this is about to be good. Ow! Oh my gosh. So I had a chip on my shoulder because the movie was whack to me back then. I believe we ordered pizza, and I was just amazed at how big the girl's house was, so here we go. It was like mixed feelings of like, gosh, why are our family so goddamn poor? Can I go now? On the principle of being humiliated internally, things of that nature. I didn't want to leave, but I wanted to leave internally because I'm like, oh my gosh, we're so effing poor. Can I go now? I don't want to be reminded how poor we are, or how ununified our family is. I just don't need more salt in the wound that I know that is there. And those were the reasons I wanted to leave, because, the more I saw and how I saw the girls talk amongst themselves and discuss how much freedoms they had, and from like going places and from the foods, I realized more and more that my father was very controlling. Because I'm like, dang, we can't even eat that at home. Shoot, I had to kind of sneak these Fritos out just to, take to the party just in case they have food I didn't like. Like, wow, we are not living normal, are we? Slumber parties. Wow. I don't miss it, and I'm glad I went, but I'll never do it again if I had the opportunity. Speaking fires past in the, back then. What else? Pillow fight, of course. I know exactly who the girl is, but I won't say the name. I knew she intentionally hit me really hard on purpose because she just didn't like me because I was quote unquote too good and had long hair. She hit me really hard and it hurt like HE double hockey sticks, but I played it off because it's like, this is no place to fight, and I know if I pushed her through the window where she was standing, I would never be able to go anywhere again. It would just mess up everything. So I played it off. So I took that one, but it hurt really bad, and I never told anybody. I never told my parents neither because I knew I would never be able to go anywhere. But I knew she intentionally hit me really hard like that on purpose. That wasn't a pillow fight. And I honestly thought when they said pillow fight, I tried to get out of the way because I knew how girls were. I thought I was going to get beat up more than what I got because they can just low-key take their aggressions out on each other now. So I knew girls could be dirty, and I worried about my hair because I didn't know if anyone was going to try to cut my hair like what happened in 5th grade. So I knew what I was up against, but I still wanted the experience because just because we don't have a lot in common don't mean I can find my own fun within the party. So I try my best to find my own fun, and thank God I didn't get hurt too bad, or nobody cut my hair, or I woke up and something was like physically wrong with me, because that would have been a perfect time for one of those girls to hurt me or even poison me, and that's sad. So I made it through. I'll never do it again. Yes, it was very boring, but I found solace in just knowing that I went because I wanted to, and it wasn't an obligation, or no one forced me this time. Two different birthday parties, pretty much the same experience, and it just reminded me of how off kilter our family was and how out of touch we were as a family. So that's life as an introvert, going to 2 slumber parties, and only 2 slumber parties within my lifetime. And that's what I learned. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. We're getting closer and closer to the end of this segment, and I am thankful for it. Hang on, I'm gonna get a sip of coffee. A little tired, but it's a good tired because I've been working really hard to get this series done. I feel it will, I know it will help. I've been waiting a long time to actually get around to this series. I believe it will help someone, so finally get to share more of my story. And this one is pertaining to introverts, which I am, and sports. Okay, let's try to keep this as scaled down and tight to the rim as possible. I'll try to focus on only sports during high school, into which what I considered sports. So I will say that in 9th grade I did the pom-pom dance team, but that's a whole nother entity within itself. That's not considered a sport to me because I didn't take it serious. The sports I will talk about in regards to high school, my 9th through 12th grade year, are track and cross country. Now I have to remember what I did first. I believe it was cross country, simply because I did not like track, and the type of climate it attracted. Climate meaning attitudes and personalities, and unfortunately black people I chose not to be around. Track attracted a lot of aggressive, assertive, in a non-positive assertive way of energy. Now there's a difference between a good type of assertive. I'm assertive when it comes to like taking care of business, being responsible, but there's another kind of assertiveness that stokes a type of energy that smells bad, and it makes the color green all around them, you know. And that's the type of energy that whole track and field crap brought. Unfortunately, I did track not by choice, but my parents forced me to do that. I tried to talk them out of it. I tried to talk my way out of that all the time. Now, cross country, on the other hand, I really loved it, and I do miss that. And cross country was just super fun because it's totally independent. It's like no one can lose in cross country but myself. So I'm not responsible for letting anybody down but myself. It I was able to push my own self for my own reasons, to beat my old records, to beat my old times. I never saw cross country as a collective thing. I saw it as an individual thing. A self-endurance and stamina, and seeing that I had it, or proving to myself. It was an inner type of challenge, and a physical challenge. I loved cross country. That was really fun. And during practices, there was really no need to practice with a partner. It was really all up to you to heed to the coach's advice and follow the strategies he delivered, and to follow the sports regimen that was given. And it was up to you to push to get yourself better or not. I like that I didn't feel the need or obligation to have to run with the rest of the girls during practice. I still to this day, well, I can't say that. Back then, I couldn't understand why the girls ran in flocks like that, or groups. I'm like, how can you be running and talking at the same time? What is there to talk about? Practice. Get running. Practice. How can you run and hold a conversation? I just didn't get it, and I didn't have time for that. And I didn't want to talk anyways. I just wanted to practice and run and do my work and be alone and get lost in the environment and the air. And it gave me a lot of time to think. And it also gave me a lot of time to unplug from all the stress I was having in life growing up. I liked cross-country practices because I knew my parents weren't going to bother me. They knew where I was, so they weren't going to bother me. It was like the only time I actually had alone. I didn't care too much for the races because I couldn't be in my own head. You know, it was a race. I had to get in there and do it. But still, it was good because it was an independent thing. I was flying solo. No team effort. Get off the bus, warm up, run the course, do the race, you're done. Wait for the boys to get done, but hey, they get done when they get done. You know, if we could get back on the bus, I got back on the bus. If we couldn't get back on the bus because the bus driver was gone, I dreaded having to wait around with the girls. So they knew already, though, that I didn't like to talk. So I just hung up by myself. I had my CD player or a book or whatever and just zoned out until it was time to go. That was the hardest part, just waiting around because we couldn't get on the bus. I would have loved to just got on the bus and went to sleep. But overall, cross country was perfect for me because it was individually based. I did not like track. I cried all the time before certain track meets and stuff because I was like, I just didn't want to do it. I don't know why my parents had me do it. I don't care if I was good at it or not. I had no plan on getting a scholarship. And had I got one, I wouldn't have accepted it because I wouldn't have given it my all, because that's not where my heart was at. Running around in circles on passing the baton to jerks you don't even like. Like, why would I want these girls who don't even like me? Why would I want to help them win? They don't like me. Why would I want to help them win? So that's how I felt about track. I didn't even know back then I had a heart condition, and I didn't know why I fainted all the time anyway. So track was actually just too fast anyways. My parents didn't know. They just thought it was asthma, and that's what they chalked it off to. But fast forward from high school till present day, I have some type of heart condition where my heart beats too slow. So I couldn't even keep up all the time when we did sprints around the track. So that didn't help because I'm like, okay, so why are you still having me run if you think it's just asthma anyways, and I'm steady collapsing around the rink? Not only am I letting myself down, I'm embarrassing myself. Now I am literally letting the team down as a collective. But you still want me to race? I felt so disconnected in that moment. Like, my parents just don't care. They're just not getting it. Why would you force me to do something and I'm passing out every time? Now, if something happened, thank you, Jesus, I didn't die because their stupidity. I fainted like all the time. And I did not know I had an underlying heart condition. Just thought it was asthma. But Lord, right now, I just want to say thank you because my parents' stupidity and ignorance for not listening to me when I really had bad feelings about running track. Not knowing that I had an underlying heart condition, but that was probably the reason why I just begged and cried all the time. Like, I don't want to do this. Thank you for keeping me, Lord, for not dying. All those times I fainted at every single track meet. Thank you for keeping me whole and keeping me safe from those people that I'm supposed to call parents. So with cross country, you could run your own pace. I could run my own pace and I still was good at it. It was like you can work your way into it. There's a big difference now. You know, you don't have to start out sprinting. You warm your body up, you get your mind and body ready, and you get locked into a speed and you're just there. With track, it's just you start at 0 and you end at 0, and that's not safe. That wasn't safe for me, especially not for that long. I couldn't hold it that long. But now I know why now. But on top of that though, before I knew I had a heart condition, I just didn't want to help those girls win because they honestly didn't like me. Why would I want them to win and they don't like me? Why would I give my all for a team who only want to be my friend because I could hold the line to pass the baton to someone else? It's just pointless. If anything, if I were to participate in track, I would have just stuck to the distance running. But then again, I still didn't like that because we were just running around looking like a chicken with our head cut off in a circle. So there was the, I believe the half mile and the mile that we did. But it wasn't the same. It wasn't any comparison to cross country. And even so with track, even when we did the mile relay, not the relay, the mile itself or the half mile, there was a sort of tense pressure where you had to go fast. So to me, there necessarily wasn't enough time for me to build up to start picking up the speed. I just didn't like it. It's a totally different world and environment than cross country. So as an introvert, I feel and believe that doing long distance running like marathons and cross country, that is the perfect sport for you. I know it's the perfect sport for me. I do like to just run. It's really fun. Oh, I rhymed. So I can say far as sports, cross country was my most favorite sport of all. I hated 9th grade pom squad, and that's not a sport to me because it didn't take it serious. Track, I hate it. But I loved cross country. That was fun, and I liked the freedom that it gave and the time, and it allowed me to just think. So it was like mental yoga, and I got a physical workout too. It was like a full body workout, mentally and spiritually. Hey! So I look forward to getting into some light marathons sometime in the future now that I'm in Georgia. I'm exercising at home indoors, but I want to start into some marathons, starting with the light 3 milers and taking it from there. I want to get back into that again. I've never done a marathon, but I aspire to be in one. that will be fun. I know I do good in that. So it's nice to know now that I'm older, I can actually pick up the sport that I really enjoy doing and implement it in my life today. And now I have people who actually love me. So it's not like I'm doing it all for myself. I know my family and my husband will be proud of me. So that's really awesome. So I'm thankful for that. And I can't wait to get started. That's going to be really fun documenting me getting ready for my first marathon. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be in Georgia. I'm so happy I didn't die in high school at the racetrack when I collapsed all those times during sports events. I'm happy that the Lord kept me safe, and I'm happy to be doing this video right now because it actually helped me realize that the Lord kept me through a lot of stuff that I didn't know about that was wrong with me. Man. So, that's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, talking to you today about being an introvert and handling sports. Have a great everything. Until next time. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye. Two, three, one. 1, 2, 3. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA, like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Coming to you live with the next to last installment of the Introverts and Friendship series. I'm so thankful to have gotten this far and thankful that it's about to be over, because that means I can move on to another stage in my life and platform and department regarding YouTubing. Okay, so this video here is about an overall wrap-up of 12th grade. I felt it wasn't necessary to really go to 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade individually, because by now you've got the pattern, and by now, as you can see, I didn't have a friendship after I ended the one in 9th grade. I never gained a friend after that I considered one. So I just chose to skip those 3 years and talk about finishing up high school and school in general as a whole. I was so happy to be finished with school as a whole and in general, because I knew I wasn't going to have to deal with those faces anymore. I was ready to see new faces. If I was going to be dealing with the same problems, at least can I have a different setting or new faces to look at and see or be around, because it just got old. No different from paying an old tired bill. You know how people get these loans on these houses and they get the low payments. That's good, but they'll be making payments for the rest of their life. It's like, dog, I'm tired of seeing this same old bill come into my mailbox. I'm tired of this same bill dragging and following me around my whole life. Can I have a new bill? New problems? So that's what high school meant to me, represented to me after graduating. I didn't cry because I was going to miss anybody. Only thing I was sad about was knowing that I was going to be trapped at my parents' house because I didn't know how to get out. And my dad basically told me with the job I had, I was never going to be able to make it on my own. So I felt really trapped. And then I did have a scholarship, but where I wanted to go, they didn't approve for me to go. And I didn't even realize that at the time I was 18, so I was legally grown and was able to do what I want. But I was so brainwashed and under my parents' control, I didn't take the scholarship and go far away. I didn't have anybody surrounding me, supporting me outside of the family, saying like, well, let me help you. Girl, you got a scholarship. Let me help you get there if it's going to be paid for, which it was going to be. I didn't have any of that. It just was them. So I didn't go anywhere. I got a scholarship and I wanted to go to California to the art institute there. My parents wasn't down for that. My mom wanted me to go, if I was going to go to an art school, she wanted me to go to the Art Institute in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, simply because her friend of the Lord lived there. I'm like, I'm not getting ready to go to the Art Institute and be living in her house, because she was overly religious too. I don't need you. I don't need a spy. I don't need someone spying on me, talking about everything I'm doing and going in my drawer talking about what type of underwear she got. Now, I don't know if she's like that. She probably wasn't. But what I'm saying is, my mom went through my stuff all the time. So what chances do I have if her friend is going through my journals and snooping around when I'm not there? I'm like, I'm not going to go all the way across the country just to be under the same treatment. So I didn't use my scholarship. I didn't. I was trapped. That's the only thing I dreaded graduating. I didn't know how to escape from my dad's control. By that time, I was just really screwed up in the head. I had no idea that an 18-year-old meant that you were grown and you could leave the house and and it was really tough for me to find an apartment, because when they saw I was looking for an apartment, it was like he would get mad for me looking for an apartment. I'm like, this is stupid. Why are you dictating every what's the word? Asset? It's a word that starts with an A that goes there. Why are you dictating every portion of my life? So it was really hard, it was really even hard to live in my own head, because for some reason he claimed he knew what I was talking about. I'm like, this guy is not Christian, he's satanic. It was very tricky. So okay, as you can see, based on saying that, it was even harder for me to find friends, because I had a curfew at 18. I had to be home before dark still. I couldn't go to the movies in the evening at night because my dad was worried about that's when all the thugs be hanging out and people be shooting and carrying on. So I couldn't go to the movies. I couldn't go anywhere when it started getting dark. I had to be home before dark, so that eliminated me trying to get out even as a senior or after I graduated to just mingle and maybe catch up. I still couldn't do anything. And I just couldn't leave. I couldn't leave. So even trying to catch up with the people I went to school with before they were lucky to go off to college, that was really tough, because some of them had, the class senior parties and they were late. I couldn't go because either I didn't know how to get there because I was that sheltered and really didn't know my way around that little city. That city is small, but I still didn't know my way around that city because I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. So since I didn't know my way around places, and then it was dark when they had the graduation parties, I couldn't go. Then I didn't have friends I didn't have friendships established where they would even feel safe with me hopping in their cars to go on. And plus, they were going to be able to be out as long as they wanted because their parents actually gave them that freedom to go places. So once I got out of school, it was my imprisonment and chances of making friends were slimmer than ever. And it just was terrible. So Now, my scholarship based on that, it was a scholarship. I don't think it was really based on my academia. I did graduate with like a strong B plus. But I got it because of, what was it? It was through some program, like, through some government program, like job placement place, where, up north in Saginaw, there's this place called Michigan Works. And in there they teach people how to get a job, prepare your resumes, help you find scholarships, based on your learning abilities, see if you could get grants or strengthen your skills as far as learning computer or getting you set up to learn some type of trade, and at that time the unemployment office was hooked up to that department, and this section called the rehabilitation section, and it was like it helped people with like learning disabilities transition from point A to point B. So I think through the rehabilitation system department, that's how I got my scholarship. It was a full scholarship. So I definitely wanted to go to the School of the Arts, but I couldn't. And I remember the counselor, she was so angry at my parents because I came back and told her I can't go. And I honestly didn't know where else to go. I mean, we didn't really have computers or anything, but computers were out, but we didn't have internet, we didn't have computers, and all we had was the library. I worked at the library, but I was even scared to look on the computer in there sometimes just to explore, because I didn't want the ladies I worked with all in my business, because they were nice and friendly too, but they were nosy, and it's like, man, I wish I just had some privacy sometimes to kind of explore. So I didn't use my scholarship, and the lady was mad because she was really trying to help me figure out a way to get out of the house and use my scholarship. She asked if I had aunts and uncles. I was like, I have an aunt, but my dad don't want me going over there because she's not safe. She smokes and drinks and cuss and have different men coming in and out of the house. I'm like, how are you to know? We can't even go over there anyways. So my dad was really controlling, and if we went against him, he got assertive and violent. He would throw stuff, or he would want to put his hands on you, and he would take things away, like my car and stuff. It was just stupid. Take the car keys, take my cell phone. He broke my cell phone one day just because I just asked him a question of like why I can't do anything. He didn't like that, so he broke my cell phone in half. I paid for that cell phone. I worked for that cell phone. That cell phone was a lot of money. It was a Sprint. Like, this is so ridiculous. So, 12th grade year, I was free, but I wasn't. I was free from one burden and went into a deeper burden. So I just continued working at my first job I got out of high school, which was down the street from our house. I think it was exactly 7 houses down from our house was the neighborhood library, so I worked there. So I was like, dang, I love the library, but it's like I'm so tied to this house, and I just didn't have any freedom. I didn't know how to speak because I was worried I was going to say too much, and my parents found out and they get mad that I'm telling these people, my business. But I wish I did, because it probably would have helped me get out of the house. I was so embarrassed at that time after I realized that I was 18, now older, that I didn't know I had so many types of freedoms. I started getting more embarrassing because I didn't want to tell people I needed help because I was just embarrassed. And it made me realize just how you can be mentally abused so much, emotionally abused so much, you are arrested. My life was in that house was like, how the elephant story where they say a big old strong elephant, they beat it down so much and beat it down so much and beat it down so much, you can tie an elephant that's broken to a twig and it will be afraid to move despite how strong it is, because of it would think of all the beatings it got. That was me. So it was embarrassing realizing basically in 12th grade that when you're 18 you are legally grown to do what you want, go where you want. But the thing that was over me, my dad was like, well, if you go anywhere, you're going to get kicked out the house. I didn't have anywhere to go. And by that time, I didn't want to go to my aunt's and stuff because it was just stuck in my head that I shouldn't be there or I wouldn't be safe. He painted a big picture that I wouldn't be safe, or I think the car I had at the time that they got for me, he took that away because he bought it, so it really wasn't my car, so I wouldn't have had a car. What else? Yeah, I didn't have any friends, so didn't have anybody house to go over to, even if I did get kicked out. So I was pretty much stuck. And I was working, but I didn't have enough money saved up to get up a place. It was just ridiculous. So I basically had to sneak out of the house. That'll be another story though. When I found my first apartment, I couldn't even tell them I was moving. I just showed up with the U-Haul truck and started frantically throwing stuff in the truck before they found some way to keep me trapped in the house. I was so scared. That's another story, and that's the life of me from school to graduation. Life as an introvert on top of being overly controlled and sheltered. I'm glad I'm not there anymore, but I'm sharing this solely because I know this will help somebody. And be braver. And that's okay to feel embarrassed if you are in my situation where you realize you don't have much control. Keep fighting. Fight a little harder. That's okay if you're embarrassed, but get out of there. Find a way to get out. It's me, LA, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy. Hey, ugly! Yo, if you tired of looking at ugly people on social media, swing on over to ELAY TV and you'll be delighted and fulfilled. Oh my gosh, is that a cow burning? Don't look back, run away. Oh! If you subscribe to ELAY TV, I can guarantee you your quarantine horrors will be lifted up by my elevated excitement. Subscribe to ELAY TV today. Yes, ELAY TV. Subscribe. Two, three, one. Hey, what's up? It's me, LA, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy, coming at you live with my last installment, to my knowledge, with the Introvert making friends and friendship series. This is the wrap up of everything that I've talked about. I know this helps somebody. If you have any additional questions you would like to ask me when it's in regards to how to make friends as an introvert, or how to deal with loneliness as an introvert, or just how to simply deal through life as an adult as an introvert, please hit me up in the comments. If you have any additional questions in regards to the series that I've made, please feel free to ask me the questions in the comments and I'll do my best to answer them. Once again, my sole purpose of making this series is to further introduce myself to you guys, so you can kind of see how basically this ELAY TV platform came about, and why I say that this platform is for multi-talented people, and for people who are kind of cut from a different cloth. Because I too am cut from a different cloth, and introverts are cut from a different cloth. Introverts are not only that, but I've come to find that we have other jewels hidden within us too. So welcome aboard anybody who feels like they are cut from a different cloth. You've come to the right platform where it's a judge-free zone, but the only thing I will judge is like you doing something stupid, like stepping up to somebody harmless like an old lady and slapping him or her for no reason. Now that's when I'll throw judgment, but outside of that, this is a judge-free platform where all are welcome. This is my review for all the videos. And we just talked about the definition of an introvert is basically somebody who gets really drained emotionally and physically when they are around a group of people. Maybe one person is just emotionally draining for them at the end of the day, but they love being around people. There's extroverts who fuel off the energy of people, like the party scene. When they go to a party, they leave energized. Kind of like the people at church. They go to church just to get excited and they leave feeling energized. Well, we get exhausted, and I believe it's because our energy is pure and we just give off so much natural energy. Those people who live off other people's energy unknowingly and unknowingly drain from us. So that's why we're tired. It's not that we're antisocial, but I mean, you know, there's a balance in anything. Give energy, take energy, receive energy, give energy. Well, I give energy apparently because I'm completely drained at the end of the day. Even after a conversation, and I just get tired because I know I'm pouring life into somebody or whoever I meet. So that's my gift. So I like to come home and just chill and be quiet for a minute and just rest and keep to myself. But I'm really having a good time. I like to energize like that. I love the library scene because of those reasons. It gives me time to think. And when you go to the library, it's kind of like this natural rule in the air where people know, hey, don't bother so-and-so because he or she is in the library. It's not a place for conversation. So I'm an introvert, not antisocial, just simply that. There's differences. I discussed in my video also, the second one, what friendship was and my definition of friendship. Friendship is not frenemies. That's the worst type of friendship. You might as well just be alone. I talked about my definition of friendship being unconditional. And then I got right into, after that video, starting right from pre-K, because I started school in pre-K, then kindergarten, then 1st through 12th. I didn't repeat any classes, so I never brought it up. I just went straight through from pre-K to 12th, not repeating any classes, but through those videos I discussed what my experiences were off the handle in regards to friendship, making friends, and just gathering information on the different levels and complexities of friendship. And what makes it so complex is that I learned a ton of negatives more than positives. So by learning all the negative things about friendship, I was able to cipher through and figure out what I thought a good friendship was. And there wasn't much left over. It's a lot more bad reasons why people are friends than good. This whole friendship segment I did on the fly, meaning it wasn't scripted. The only thing I wrote down was just the sequence order. And I wrote down a couple of questions to ask myself during this little broadcast in regards to friendships. But I wrote it down just to make sure I stayed on task, but it was not scripted. I just did everything in order, like first video, second video title, third video title, so I could just at least keep in some type of chronological order. But this video was raw. It was like a self-discovery because it's been so long. I'm 36 years old and I never really took the time to really think back on all of those memories because, I lived through them and I gathered all the information to get me to this point to understand what friendships are and how to will and deal up to this point in my life, to know what to accept and what not to accept, what to look out for, what not to bring into my home, how to give some people a little rope and none at all. It helped me develop tough skin and to accept myself and realize that, hey, I'm not going to be bringing BS into my house or into my element based on what I've learned through the years. I've learned to accept that it's a lonely road when you are sure of yourself and you know what type of energy you want. So, but it's worth it though. I like this series because it was a self-discovery, a life self-discovery. So it was a lot of things as I talked to you guys out loud on this track. I remembered, or based on the information that I got recently, learning about my medical history and just psychological terms from college, and listening to Iyanla Vanzant and my husband and other business classes that I've had over the years. It was funny actually looking back on my friendship era and actually having more revelation, like, oh, that's what that meant. I was actually able to apply modern day terms to situations that I experienced in the past, like frenemy. I was going through stuff like that, not knowing there wasn't a title for it back then. Most people said a love-hate relationship and thought that was cute. That's a horrible balance. A love-hate relationship is garbage. You should just throw that away. So I learned terms like that, frenemy, and like a tit for tat. I'll be your friend if you give me this. I'll be your friend if you give me that. That's not a good friend. That's just stupid. Why would you want to bring that into your house? It's just really cool. Rediscovering those things and just realizing stuff. It was very fun. I had a lot of fun, and I'm thankful that this part of my life has come to a close and there's no holes to my knowledge that need to be filled. No remorse, no anxiety, no animosity. If there's anything left in me in regards to friendships that I'm unaware of, where I've been deeply and emotionally scarred from, I dismiss all of that, because sometimes you think you dismiss stuff, but when you're reviewing, you kind of forget stuff. So I don't hold on to any of that. I've let it go, and I'm letting it go. If there's anything I forgot to bring up, and I'm pouring it out to you guys as a way to live through my mistakes and lessons, to speed through it faster, because it's obvious I had no guidance. So I had to go through life basically all by myself and living inside my own head. And thank God I didn't go crazy, because you know how many people on medicine just for the stories that I've lived through? So, and when you think about it, it's not their fault. It's just piss poor upbringing and having to deal with real talk situations at an age where you're not supposed to be dealing with stuff like that. So I don't hold that against anybody if you're on medicine, if you went through what I went through. I just, hey, if it's helping you get through and you married and you're happy and you have kids, whatever works for you works for you. The thing is, my parents didn't want me on anything, so I had to tough it out, and that too didn't help me neither. But I'm here, I'm standing, and I'm strong. And if you're listening to this, you're here, you're standing, and you're strong. Once again, ask me some questions, put them in the comments, and I'll get back to you. If you have any other videos in regards to what I said in these topics, ask me, and I'll if it's nothing crazy, I'll do a video about it. And even if it's something crazy, I'll find a nice way to help you maneuver through whatever issue it is. And if I've never experienced it, I'll just have to tell you at the start of the video how I've never experienced a situation like that. But if it was me, this is what I do. Oh boy, I really had a great time here. I'm very proud of myself. I was nervous and I had a little anxiety, wondering how I was going to maneuver through this whole segment. But once again, YouTubers, thank you. I love you. Stay strong. If you're living in a controlling environment, please listen to my videos and know that you have more ways to get out now, thankfully. So sometimes getting over the fact that people are going to laugh at you based on what you don't know is one of the biggest obstacles that's in your way. That was what was in my way. So if that's all you have to worry about, just go on and let them laugh. You've been laughed at before, so what's getting laughed at a little more if it leads you that much closer to your freedom and your peace of mind? I strongly recommend you get laughed at one last time and then never get laughed at again. Because when it's all said and done, usually those people you'll see 15 years from now on Facebook crying because they hate their kids and they married the wrong person, or they can't lose the weight. And that's usually how it ends up, where they're in jail or they're alcoholics or they can't get off the bad drugs. I mean the bad drugs. So forget all of them. Look forward and keep your life as clean and as straight and as focused as possible the way you want it. Take the laughs, because it's better than getting a bullet in your stomach. I'd rather get laughed at any day. Any day. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is LA, pronounced like LA like the city. I'm not from there, but I'm breezy though. Signing out. See you next month. Alright people, if you like to read, then there's no other place you need to be than right here on ELAY TV platform. As you can see, I'm a self-published author of several books, and you can see it as it goes by. I'm so excited about all my accomplishments. And keep going, you're gonna see Sandwich Man, Shy in the Floor, just to name a few. Keep on going, and I even have introducing a journal line. I have so many journals self-published by myself, I can't even put them all on here. Just check me out via Amazon, or just simply type in LA Understood. Bye.